Very good morning to you, wherever you are this morning. We are at Lassages. Once again, beautiful condition as we about see the commencement of game number 2, Trinidad and Tobago versus the Windward Islands. I can greet you with the news as we see the second delivery being ball hit in the air, going to be just short of the field at mid of there. And the batsman there, Lewis, looking to pull that short delivery and just dropping just in the short cover, but not a confident shot being played there. The news: the Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and has elected to field. So the Windwards opening batsman, Lewis, the left-handed Lewis. Ball pushed down to mid-on again. Just a slight misfeel in there, but there's no chance of a run. Windwards opening batsman, Desrin Lewis, and also Centelaire, Aaron Centelaire, the non-striker. So Thomas it is from this southern end that is going to bowl to Lewis, and Lewis is again looking to pull, not making any contact. In shortish delivery there, but no movement by Lewis there, and really wasn't any good position. Lewis has faced 4 deliveries so far. Condition looking really beautiful. The sun is shining. This one go down to third man. They're going to come back for 2 runs there as it went past the backward point fielder. So Lewis is off the mark. He's on 2. The score is 2 without loss. The Windward Islands. One remembers the first game being rain out. We are hoping that today we're going to have another beautiful day. The left-handed Lewis is 2 slips and a gully, yes. Square cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. So really a packed offside field as Lewis first over come to an end. But really the focus really has been outside the off stump. So after the first over, the Windward Islands, they are 2 without loss. One expect this game again to be very competitive. One remembers the first game that was played. We saw it was pretty competitive. I thought the Windwards would have bowled really well, but we saw the technical ability of Trinidad and Tobago. They ended on 125 for 6. So Giuseppe, he's going to, Laurel Giuseppe, he's going to take up the attack from this commentator's boot end or the southern end. And again, we see a well-packed offside field. Is basically just 2 fielders on the leg side. Deep backward square, just about halfway to the boundary, and a short mid-on. Wide outside the off stump, first delivery, Giuseppe. In right medium pace. As I welcome this morning Ronald John.
Well, good morning to you, Rifel, and good morning to all the morning to the viewers. Seems like me getting into the chair might have just done something for these boys.
Yeah, good delivery, and I think Sendler probably would have played around this one, hit him on the pad, and just went out on the onside. But rather diminutive is Sendler.
Yeah, he is rather diminutive. Pretty a decent player. He has all-round ability, can bat, and does a bit of bowling. I think we saw him with the wicket-keeping gloves in the first game, replacing the injured wicket-keeper. So, tells you that he has good ability. I think in the warm-up game, the T20 that they had, he batted pretty well. He was not brisk per se, but he remained out in the middle. And so it tells you he has the propensity to, bat for long.
Yeah, and it's always important you have somebody that would stay in the wicket, so the others could bat around them. So that in itself is a good attribute. Good delivery, right up to Seppi. Just about medium pace. Certainly does not have the two open bowlers so far, does not seem to have the pace that you saw from the Windward Island.
Yeah, looking at them as we see that single. Go for the single, they look for two, they get two. St. Hilaire a bit slow in getting back, but he made it in the end. Yeah, as I was saying, they may not be quick, but you can, from what I've seen, they have been stump to stump, really asking questions of the batter consistently, and so that definitely makes up for the lack of pace.
Yes, certainly the focus would seem definitely to be line and length, be consistent. And this is so important in this format of the game.
And again, I want to commend both teams in from what I've seen from these youngsters, the ability to really, keep the ball on spot, keep the ball wicket to wicket. I have to, ever so often just remind myself that, hey, these are under 13 boys, because they seem to be doing this thing really well.
Yeah, and one probably has to give the coaches in the various islands probably a lot of credit in that. We know how challenging and how difficult it is. You have young players to be able to get them bowling on a spot consistently.
Yeah, St. Hilaire just a little bit late there to leave off. I think his partner, Lewis, needs to remember that he's not the fastest between the sticks, and so he needs to be cautious in terms of these quick singles.
Yeah, just a bit on the slow side. The ball pitched right up by Thomas, and Lewis coming down on it and playing it to mid-wicket. 6 without loss. We are in the third over. Thomas in the second over. Again, as we look at the field placement, we find quite a lot of breezes just blowing across the field. Cooling breeze. Just two players are on the leg side. A mid-on shot and square leg, just backward square, just to the left of the square leg umpire. The focus really would be off stump and just outside.
Yeah. And again, you look at the plan and definitely you can see him trying to go across the body of the right-hander, of the left-hander rather. And so it means that his focus would just be maybe pitching on the stump, leaving, and maybe ever so often get one to straighten. Yeah,
and then the smart thing, you look at the field, a ring of fielders are really in, and that would be really inside of the circle for the left-hand St. Hilaire. Again, good line. As we look at the two slips and a gully, that cover even the mid-off is in. So it's good thinking, the fact that one imagined that St. Clair wouldn't be able to strike the ball as powerfully. They are keeping the pressure on and keeping the players in.
Yeah, that's good vision in there by the youngsters. It's called playing the opposition according to what they offer.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly. Another good delivery there, right up again. The ball leaving the left-handed centre, who looking for the big drive and making no contact.
Yes, St. Clair will have to really do well to get that ball over the infield. And so pressure is on him.
We see Thomas coming around the wicket, and this could be interesting. See if he'll still be able to get the ball to move again closer, and again having St. Clair in a bit of difficulty. He's able to keep this one out. So that concludes the third over. The Windward Islands being sent into bat by Trinidad and Tobago. They are 6 without loss.
Yeah, good start there by both teams. Quite even so far. I think the Trinidad and Tobago youngsters, they're showing that they have what it takes to keep pressure and to, really make the Windwards work for the whatever total they would get.
So we've seen a reverse from the first game. The Windwards would have won the toss and elected to field. Now Trinidad and Tobago would have won the toss and elected to field. So a good delivery. Some bat on it seems there. As Giuseppe. Good line delivery. And Lewis tentatively coming forward there. And that seemed to hit him on the pad. From more advantage, just seemed as though he got some bat on it.
Yeah, you heard the two songs. I think the question was which one was the first. Whether it hit pad first or did it hit the bat first. I think that's the question they asked.
I had a chance to look at the pitch this morning. Really looking really good condition. Despite the amount of rain that we got, I think that it really looking in really good condition. Should be good for batting.
Yeah, it does look good for batting. There seem to be just a little moisture.
Out, caught in slips. Good catch taken there. Good delivery. And again, Lewis pushing at this one. And it leaving the left-handed Lewis. And good catch taken there by the second slip fielder. We certainly will give you his name in a moment. But really good delivery and good catch taken.
Yeah, and this is what we were saying earlier. They may not be quick by no means, but the line and the length that they've maintained so far for the morning has really asked a lot of questions of the Windwards batters. And Lewis not able to really get that one done, getting a really healthy edge and traveling to second slip.
Yeah, good catch by Hill, Thomas. And he was able to get some bonks on. I think he pitched in a really good area. And he had to play. And he pushed at it. Probably could have been a softer hand, but he pushed at it, and it came off. And good chance taken by Thomas in second slip. So Trinidad and Tobago are struck. Lewis going caught by Thomas off the bowling of Giuseppe, and he went for 3. The win was 7 for 1.
Good blow there by Trinidad and Tobago. They will want to pick up wickets as regular as possible, keep the batters under pressure. You look at how they have approached the game, you can see that they're thinking. For Lewis, the field was back a bit, and the slips, they took a few steps back also, and that ball carried to the second slipper, who had just enough time, to get his hands to that ball. So it tells you that they really understand the game. They know what they're about. The Windwards will have to, muster up as much strength as possible to keep these Trinidadians at bay.
Davis. And this one is hit over cover. And they will come back for two.
Yeah,
Neil and Davis. I don't think Giuseppe would be too unhappy with the shot that was played there because he didn't move. He just stretched and hit it, and it went over cover. He picked up two. 9 for 1. Giuseppe. And again, he's swinging this one down to mid-off. Again, just drops short of the field line mid-off there and really wasn't to the pitch again, just swinging and dropping short of the mid-off fielder.
Yeah, I think Davis wants to be in an aggressive mode, but he has to be careful. I want to make sure that if you're going to go over the top, you make sure that you clear the fielders. That one just dropping short of that fielder. Really, for a while, I think his heart might have been in his mouth, just hoping that no one got to it.
Davis. Again, didn't pass too far from the off stump there. St. Hilaire looking to cut, but that ball seemed to come up pretty quickly off the wicket, and one would imagine that as the wicket, the sun beats on it and dries out, it's going to play a lot faster. As you said, maybe a little moisture, but nothing that's really seemed to be creating any problem.
Yeah, with that little moisture that we're seeing, it's going to help the fast bowlers. It's hard. The pitch is hard it's not soft by any means. It's hard, but you can see that there's just these little bits of moisture patches, there that, as you said, as it bakes out, it's going to get better. It's going to come on a little bit faster, and the batsman can play through the line a lot better. The youngsters, can they exploit it? We have to look and see.
It's 10 for 1. There's a completion of 4 overs. We saw in the previous game that the Windwards bowlers was able to really use. They got a lot of movement. One would want to think that the condition probably would have been similar, and they was able to use the wicket. They bowled very well, and that's why we have to give a lot of credit to the batsmen, Trinidad Tobago frontline batsmen, because the Windwards really bowled well against them, and they was able to dig in. And as the game went on, it got a lot easier. Thomas again getting that ball to move in. Probably would have just beaten leg stump. Pick up a leg by in the process. The umpires for the game today, Sean Manwaring, who is at square leg, and Afia Campbell presiding. So really 2 umpires who would have done the first game. Again, as we see that Thomas is just getting the ball to move away from the left-hander into the right-hander. But his line has been very good. And St. Hilaire played this one well, picked it up and just allowed it to go through.
Yeah, again, just looking to make sure that he covers the wicket. It's not threatening the stumps by any means, and he's just allowing it to go through. So it says that he understands his role.
Smart thinking. No, Thomas comes around the wicket. Again, getting the ball to move away. One would think you want to come with the angle and to get it to leave the left-hander. And St. Hilaire, this one just a little bit wider. But you can see that the youngsters, they are really thinking. And he's flashing, really good delivery. St. Hilaire looking for the drive. Again, making no contact. Good. Really good bowling and really good thinking by Thomas.
Yeah, again, Thomas just looking to get that one to pitch and to leave him. You can see that St. Hilaire has been trying to get after him. Once it's out there, he's willing to go.
Beautiful delivery, and this one goes down to the boundary for four byes. This one seemed to go the other way, and it went through Central, and also the keeper was not able to get a glove onto it. If you probably could see a replay on that, but it really was he tried to bring it the other way, and it just seemed to have straightened. And Central, I would think, playing for the one, leaving him.
Yeah, really good delivery. You definitely can see there is a plan. This one was pitched more on the wicket. The other two deliveries, he had him searching for it way outside the off stump. And so he's just looking to set him up here. Again, playing back. Luckily for him, he got an edge onto it. St. Hilaire putting in the dive there to make sure that he gets his wicket, remains at the wicket. Has to be careful though, St. Hilaire.
Yeah, really good over by Thomas there, and we've seen him again moving the ball both ways. The last two deliveries came in and just taking the inside edge, and this final delivery going down to a long length position, and they picked up two. To really he has in his 3 overs pick up 6 runs. Really have been a good start. 17 for 1, the Windward Islands. Remember that they were sent into bat by Trinidad and Tobago, losing the wicket of Lewis. As Giuseppe, who picked up the first wicket, he will begin his run from the northern end or the road end. And this time he can be bowling to Davis. Davis, who's on 4 from 3 deliveries, look really as sort of an attacking player, looking to really put bat to ball. Yeah, despite just a little break here, I think it's really the batsman, St. Hilaire, just probably getting some fluid. But in the meantime, you see the rest of the players quickly taking the opportunity to also refresh themselves. I think is at this level, the umpires, really have to be considerate concerning at the on a 13 level. So you probably might find every now and then a little break that is not normal, but certainly taking the weather into consideration. The players will need to consume a lot more fluid.
Yeah. Yeah, at this stage you want to keep the youngsters as hydrated as possible. The conditions out there, it's pretty hot, and so they need to be refreshed. You want them to be able to last these 40 overs, because it's 40 overs of cricket. At this stage, where they're still learning their craft, you don't want them to be, feeling uncomfortable at any point.
We are about to resume. And Trinidad and Tobago continue to keep that tight ring of fielders on the offside. Just 2 fielders on the leg side.
Yeah,
we just seen that the cover, extra cover, and the cover is pushed further back.
Again, Davis here will want to settle. I think you look at his approach so far, he seemed to be an aggressive batter, likes to get bat on ball, but I think the team would need him, to be aggressive, yes, but remain focused if they're going to get any score that I think would challenge the TNT under 13s.
Yeah, it's very clear that anything up, he gonna go at it again. Not getting across at this one, which looked as though it was in the slot. You can see that he mistimed it badly. He went to the interesting position, short cover, short extra cover.
Yeah, Davis, one of the Dominicans in this team. I think he played for Dominica on Windwards on the 15 tournament, so he has some experience. And so he wants to make sure that he brings that experience to help to guide his team, to a possible victory.
Yeah, and I think he being the vice captain also of the team. So we have seen the captain and vice captain coming from Dominica. Both who would have played at the under 15 level. Joseph, the opening bowler.
Yeah, definitely. The Giuseppe just looking to question Sintile to his defense. Again, this one just coming back at him. Sintile being crammed there for room. See another over coming to an end.
Yeah, movements again from Giuseppe. Ball coming into Sintile and just creating a little difficulty. He was able to keep it out in the end.
So it's 18 for 1. 6 overs completed, a run rate of 3. And I think at some stage the Windwards will want to increase that run rate. Continue at this rate, they would only get to 120. But I think the conditions that is out there, 120 would be maybe an unsatisfactory score for them.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be looking for less than 140. And the play down to backward square. Davis looks a busy player.
Yeah, he really does look busy. Likes to feel the ball coming onto the bat, and even there he's aggressive in terms of his running. You can see he ran the first one hard, turn, and was just hoping maybe for a misfield. Sintile going over the top, getting that one over the top. That's the shot that he's been looking for quite some time now. And again, we see that he does not have the strength to really get it to the boundary, but he picked up a pretty easy single.
Okay, more movements by Thomas. Again, we've seen, as we would have seen from the winners bowling, they are now beginning to get the ball to move around quite a bit more. And that ball cutting into the bat. And Davis there hitting on the pad and just going out on the offside. We see a little relaxation even in the field now. Now there are 3 fielders on the leg side. The mid-on has gone back a bit. Driven, lovely shot. Slow delivery there, and Davis was equal to it. Hit it down to the extra cover. Probably best shot, as we see now, one signal shot there by square leg umpire Sean Manmoring, but probably the best shot we have seen for the morning.
Yeah, that was a really brilliant shot by Davis. He got to the pitch and stroked it nicely through the gap. I think the TNT unit, they left that vacant spot because I think they've seen the aggressive nature of Davis. They've left the cover open, asking him to drive through there, hoping that they can get an edge through to the keeper. So that's brilliant thinking.
I love, again, full toss hit down to extra cover, and just one. Fielder of mid-off having to move to his left, so that completes the 7th over. Windwards 22 for 1. St. Clair is on 5 from 22 deliveries. Davis on 8 from 11 deliveries.
Yeah, good steady batting there by the Windward Islands. They're moving at 3.14 and over. But what we've seen since Davis has come out to the crease is that there has been a constant flow of runs. He's just looking to pierce the gaps and, really put the bowlers under pressure.
So 22 for 1.
I like what I'm seeing from Davis. He seems to be following the ball pretty well. He seems to have a lot of time to play these deliveries. And as you mentioned, the TNT bowler is not really fast by any means. But they just keep asking these sort of questions.
Yeah, we would have seen quite a few deliveries going in the air, dropping short outfielders. Again, as Davis came forward, they play this one obviously on the offside. But because I think the nature of his batting, the power that he shows, the fielder would have dropped back. And that drop well short of the cover fielder. We pick up another single. Centelea has once again gone for that drive, and we have seen him on numerous occasions looking to drive and not being able to get bat on ball.
Yeah, I think once it's out there, he's intent on throwing the hands at it, but he has to remember that the foot needs to come across to meet the line of the delivery. A lot of appealing. This one coming back at him, a lot straighter.
Yeah, just struggling a bit with that ball coming into him, especially when it seemed to have pitched right up. And again, probably just seemingly looking to play around it.
And that's his shot, and when he misses that shot, it tells you he's struggling. He loves the cut shot. I've seen him, at the school games, and once he gets it out there, he really does look good. Square cutting, and this one, anytime you see him miss it like that, it tells you he's not really in the sort of nick that he should be in.
And interestingly, he looks it in good position, attempting that square cut.
It's one of his favorites. He's often here at La Sagesse with Raymond Duncan and the Saturday program. And so you see him, it's a shot that they work on a lot in terms of getting out the foot across and getting into that position where you can, just use the hand and guide it past. So once he's missing that, it tells you that he's not really in the sort of nick that he should be in.
Yeah, you're certainly right in that. That foot, there's no movement. So he's driving loosely. But the right foot just need to come across, get closer to the line of the ball. 23 for 1. We had 8 overs completed. Davis 9 from 13, St. Clair 5 from 26. Lewis went for 3. And Giuseppe 1 for 9. Thomas none for 10. The Windward Islands 23 for 1. Probably gonna see our first change. Correa. Davis Correa.
I seem to be leaving the field. Seem to have been struck by one on the toe.
Yeah, St. Clair just seem to have some difficulty even as he walks off. So yes. So St. Clair just left the field, just coming off. Just seemed to be struggling a bit. As met by the coach and the manager, just going off the field. So yes, retired hot again, as you said, probably hit on the toes because as you see the boots is off.
And so he will be replaced by Jean-Claude Emmanuel, one of the St. Lucian batters.
Comes off the edge and just past the keeper. And that ball going to run close to the boundary and come back for 2 runs there. But Emmanuel there. Davis rather. Ball coming off the edge. And just going to the left of the first slip fielder. The right, with the keeper standing right up, certainly would have been difficult. Got a thick edge. We see the slip going a little finer now.
Tell you what, the keeper did really well there, but had he waited, he just might have gotten him. I think he was just too quick in this instance. Eventually, Davis fell over, and so the wheels were already off. But that was really good, sharp work there from the keeper.
It will be interesting to see the replay there. Yeah, he was really quick. Yeah, really was good work. $25 for 1. Correct, his first over, as we see now, the just a relax of the close fielders, long on his place, right back.
Guerrero just looking to attack on the line of the stumps.
Ball given a lot of air. Hit back to the bowler. So the long one is really being placed and also a mid-wicket. Sort of straightish. It's probably placed for this sort of shot. Yeah, short delivery hit through the cover. The cover fielder they just sort of letting that one go through. So 2 more runs to Davis, who moves to 13. And the score 27 for 1. We have 9 completed over.
Yeah, good powerful strike there from Davis. I think looking at the setup, the TNT bowlers just asking him to hit to the leg side, but this time he got it short enough and was able to pierce that field. But all in all, it's been really good, interesting cricket from these under 13 players. We've seen some good consistency in terms of the bowlers and their lines and lengths. The batters, they've done pretty well thus far also.
Yes, 27 for 1. Davis on 13. Emmanuel faces first delivery. And Mongu is going to take it up from that road end, or northern end, left-handed. Ball stroked nicely to cover. Slight misfield. Yeah. Keshav Mongu. Also probably first left arm seamer we would have seen, or probably even left arm bowler. He comes around the wicket.
Yeah, I think that's the first left arm of any kind that we've seen, whether it's spin or pace. And so far he has looked well. He's coming around the wicket to the right-handers, but his control is pretty spot on.
Yeah, and as we look at the Trinidad Tobago lineup, I think there are some 7 left-handed batsmen in the squad, so quite a bit of left-handed batters.
Yeah, that's quite a bit. I think there just might be some instances where you have some batting left and maybe bowling right, or they're right-handers, but their preference is to bat left. Terry Guerrera, for example, he's a left-handed batter, but he bowls right-handed. Good searching delivery. Good way to finish the over. I think that one was a lot closer than, we really thought, because it just seemed to come back slightly. Normally the left-handers, they have that natural ability to get the ball to leave the right-handers, but that one seemed to just come back in a bit.
Yeah, not a bad over. Not very quick, but again, as we continue to speak about the line and the length, Line again has been consistent, off stump and just outside. So he only went for 2 in his first over, 29 for 1, 10 overs completed. So the Trinidad bowlers are not doing pretty bad, keeping things fairly tight. You know, we've seen a lot of movements on the field. We see the fielder coming back to long on, and they just seem to be sure that they get the right fielders in the right position. So Davis, who's on 14, 22 deliveries face, hitting this one straight. And you could see they just seem to be working with a plan, just tossing the ball up and encouraging him to come forward and to hit. This one was hit aerially, just past the bowler.
I think this one was given enough flight that Emmanuel, instead of playing back, could have really gotten forward. He chose to play back and now on beat the edge of the bat.
Yeah, and once again, good shot played to backward point. Again, the umpire have to signal one shot. I think Emmanuel there was guilty of not reaching the crease. So 31 is the score. But he played that well, timed it well, played to a point position. Ball give a lot of air. And Emmanuel just pushing it back to the bowler. A pretty quiet period. Square in his second over.
Yeah, not a bad over there by Guerrera. Willing to give generous flight there. So far we have not seen any of the Windwards batters using the sweep shot or maybe looking to, come down the wicket at him. And so he is creating maybe that little doubt in their minds. So he's done well. 2 overs, just going for 6. Says that he has, some pretty good control.
Into the 12th over. In the left-handed mongrel, bring this one back into the bat. And I see not fast, but just put there and thereabout. And Davis playing it on the onside. Firmly struck. Shot mid-on.
Davis really looking to get into that one. Got it off the middle. Good tight stuff from Mongrel.
And interestingly, we see the mid-on, that short mid-on in that position there. As the ball came into the batsman, played a little bit uppishly on the onside, but again, that fielder in that position will be able to come across. Good run in here as this one is pushed again down to wide mid-on. Good positive running by both batters. The mid-on fielder had to run back and move to his right. '17 is Davis.
Yeah, that one hitting him pretty high.
Again, getting the ball to cut, and that's a good thing for the left-handers. If you're able to, your natural bowling is to get the ball moving away. And if you're able to bring it back, that spells a lot of danger for batsmen. He had been able to bring back the last delivery.
I think this is where I would love to see him coming over the wickets and looking to, just pitch it just on about the wicket and get it to move back. The opportunity of the LBW shot would be much better, greater for him.
Yeah, to come with the angle over the wicket and be able to get it to come back really can create a lot of problems for batsmen. So he has completed his second over, only going for 4, 33 for 1. And both bowlers are continuing to keep things fairly tightly. Those batters have been able to get off to an aggressive start. After 12 overs, 33 for 1.
Guerrera just seemed to be giving that ball quite a bit of flight, and he's not afraid to slow it up.
Yeah, really good flight. And his length is good.
Yeah, just pitching just in that corridor of uncertainty, I would put it. Not sure whether to come forward or to play back. And yeah, just choosing the area route as his get out of jail card, which is not bad.
Yeah, and I think what was good about this one, he hit straight. But Guerrera is actually bowling into a plan. As we see, the long on goes back for this one. Is hit in the air. Let's see, 2 players is coming wrong, and it's dropped. And there could be a run out. I just feel that batsman just getting back there, but a bad miss. I think the fielder coming in probably was in a better position to take it.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult to run back and to keep control of these types of catches. So definitely if you have a fielder coming in, he has the greater opportunity because he's seeing everything that is going on with that delivery. Someone just push through a bit faster.
Yeah, and good variation. He's showing really good variation. He's bowling the quicker one and he's tossing up, and this one really went through Emmanuel. Really quick delivery. This one is giving some ace coming forward. And again, it's coming as he came forward, it comes off, eerily. But he survived, and that completed 13 to over 35 for 1. And he continues to bowl well.
Yeah, really has found himself a landmark there in the middle, just pitching regularly in that area and asking, a lot of questions of the Windwards batters So far, they have not really responded in any aggressive manner. They've been quite quiet about their progression. I think they're moving with the old saying, slow and steady wins the race.
And I think they will be, the winners will be probably in a more comfortable position. The fact that they only lost 1 wicket. The scoring hasn't been quick, but they only lost 1 wicket. And the batting of Davis, who seemed to be this positive player, although being dropped in the last over, but he's on 18 and Emmanuel is on 3. This player would want to consolidate a bit. Yeah, 13 overs, still at 27 over, a lot of overs to bat. And I would dare say they probably would be looking somewhere in the region of 140.
Yeah, with a platform like this, you have 2 batters who are out there more or less. Davis has been there for a while, so he's a set batter. He's faced some 30 deliveries, so I think he knows and understands everything that is happening. And so at some stage, he will want to, get into that aggressive mode and look to put some pressure onto these TNT bowlers.
Yeah, so Mongo has bowled 2 overs, so made 4 runs. I didn't pick up everything. Guerra, 3 overs for 8 runs. These 2 bowlers, the last 2 overs has really been beginning to keep things a little bit tight. We see Guerra really seem to be bowling to a plan. He bowls in a pretty strong leg side field and giving the ball a lot of air, encouraging the batsman to try to hit over the top. You could see that there's a lot of thinking, there's a lot of plan going into the game in terms of how they approach it, and this speaks well for this under 13 players.
Yeah, it does. It tells you that they have been taught and taught well, and for me, you can see that they have received the information and they're able to execute, and that's really something positive for the game of cricket. Many times you give youngsters at this age instructions and they're not really able to really focus in on it as they ought to. But with these guys, you're seeing that they're really focused, they're really locked in, they know exactly what the plan is, and they're actually just staying on task.
So the players are just getting back into position, just having their first water break. And again, it's a really good condition here at this Lassiter's playing field. When we think of the amount of rain that we got on Saturday, today it has been tremendous. The field has been once again cut. Wicket is in really good condition, and no one has to continue to give the creators a lot of credit for the work they have been done here. Really a nice picture. It's just Lassiter's playing field.
Yeah, definitely. It's a picturesque ground, and the way that is being kept, it makes for really good cricket. You look at the conditions, and I think so far all the tournaments that have been played here, you've gotten that quality wicket, outfield really in good condition, and so it just lends itself to the improvement of the game of cricket.
So it's Mungu. And Davis on 18, looking to play on the onside again. This ball going into the pad. And 35 for 1 in over number 14. Again, it just hit back in the air, just short of the bowler. And he's run out. Good work by the mid-on fielder. Maybe a little bit of casual as we'll see the replay here. Davis just pushing that ball back just to the right of the bowler. And just falling short of the ground, of his ground. Look, so disappointed as we see the replay. Yeah, the wreck hit and really, he really was really short of his ground there. But good work by the midfielder.
Yeah, I think the serve away from the player increased his distance. Had he gone inside of the player, he just may have gotten home. But definitely, the fact that he went outside meant that he had to cover more ground before he can get that bat across the line.
Yeah, good blow struck by Trinidad and Tobago, 35 for 2. Joseph, captain. Replaces Davis, so one Dominican replaced by another Dominican.
Yeah, really big blow there for the Windwards. Davis was set. He's faced some 32 deliveries. One expects, that he would have lit up in the middle once he's out there. Unfortunately, he goes via the run-out route. Again, we have to commend the TNT bowlers. They're bowling to the plan, or whatever the plan is that the coaching staff has set for them. They're working with it and working with it well. Just looking to cut that one a little too close to him. But again, we have to say to our viewers, and we really have to commend the youngsters on the display of skills that they've been showing. I think all the viewers can appreciate the skills of these under 13 players. These boys, I think, would be the oldest, might be just about 13 or taking 13 this year. And so for some 10, 11, 12-year-olds, they're doing really well.
Beautiful delivery there. That one cut back and really Joseph was in no man's land.
Yeah, and that's what we've been saying. You look at how Mongu is setting up his wickets. He gives you the one that goes away, and then this one just coming back, pitching and coming back at the batter, who I think wasn't really in a position to play. He's expecting that ball to go away from him, and it just cut back sharply.
Yeah, and he was making a point in terms of the left-hander being able to bring the ball back. And if you're able to bring it back, it really would, as we look at this delivery there, it really cut back. And Davis, the batsman, they really struggled to get back to the ball and crash into the stump. But we have been good bowling, really good bowling by Mungu.
Yeah, Mungu just pitching in some really good areas and asking a lot of questions. And right now, one of the questions that he's asked has been answered, the wicket of Emmanuel. So it means a new batter coming out to the crease for the Windward Islands.
And he's not fast, but day and day about just moving it both ways.
So it seems to be left-handed John. Dylan John. Daniel. So it's Daniel.
And certainly the first delivery got there, really, he was beaten again. Going back left-handed, Daniel hit on the pad and That probably was not very far. Probably maybe we are just going down the leg side. As we look at the replay here, yeah, probably made it just just be the leg stump, but not a bad delivery. First up.
Yeah. Again, we talk about the movement of the bowlers, and Mongo just showing that he can move that ball both ways, and really causing some problems out there to the Windward Island batters.
So he has picked up in 3 overs, 1 for 5, and really has been causing all sort of problem for the batsmen. Bashu takes up their attack from the southern end of the pavilion in. At the Windward Islands, they are 3 for 36 and we have 14 completed overs. See a long on right back, a mid-wicket right back, mid-on, and the backward square on the leg side. First delivery given a lot of air, and look at the drive. Again, making no contact, and the keeper quickly taking off the bails. So in this first delivery, and just to continue to feel on the offside, we have a sweeper cover on the boundary. Ball given a lot of air and again allowed to go through outside the off stump. A point, a short cover and a long off. Once again giving it delivery a lot of air. Joseph. Be important for Joseph to play a captain's inning.
Yeah, it will be important. I think what he will want to do for his team is, for example, an instance like this, I think somehow the Windwards batters just seem to be lethargic in coming forward. A little more purpose, you come forward and you just roll the wrist on that when you get a little quick single, just have to rotate the strike. I think they're just playing too much with the dead hands. Want to make sure there's acreage of space. The field is back. You want to work them, allow them to run in, allow them to be moving. And somehow when you get that field change, then you look to go over the top. So they need to really assert where they are and think about what they need to do.
So the left-handed Daniel, they're going to face Bashu. And that completes his first over. The winners being sent into the bat early on today. They are 37 for 3. Joseph on 1 from 5 deliveries, and Daniel is not off the mark and just faced 2 deliveries. And really, Trinidad Tobago would have come back here strongly and picking up 2 wickets.
Yeah, they really did well. They absorbed the pressure that was placed earlier when they were not getting wickets. They just kept that tight line and length and asked the batters to really come at them. They picked up three wickets in pretty good time, still in over number 15, and so it means that they now have a good hold on this game.
Yeah, what they would have done well is to keep things very tight. The winners was not allowed to get off scoring quickly. They really would have kept it very tight. As we were saying earlier on, it's not that they're very fast, but I think They're very focused in terms of what they want to do, where they want the line they want to attack, and where they want to pitch the ball. As we would have realized for the first session, they would have mainly stayed with that 7-2 field, and which speaks to the control they have been having to maintain that field for so long.
Yeah, they really look like cricketers that have been playing for a lot of years. Mind you, this is just the learning stage as we see the edge going through the fine leg region, and they pick up two runs to Joseph, moving the Windwards total. But the maturity, I think we must commend them. They look as if they've been doing this for a lot of years now.
Yeah, one would think that, I know there's a lot of programs in Trinidad and Tobago for the youngsters, and it's very evident in terms of the work they have been doing. You're seeing it being demonstrated here in the game today. I think they look more focused, they look much more organized. I think that all credit to the work that have been done by the coaches.
Yeah, we must give credit to the coaches, whether it is the national team setup or even the coaches at the club level. It says that they have been doing good work. For me, the only downside I have in terms of the cricket at this, well, not just at this stage, but you see them, they look good. And as fast as we go up the levels, there seem to be a falling away in terms of that ability to focus.
Good delivery. This one left the right-handed batsman. And we see Joseph probably would have been looking for the one coming in, and this one go the other way. So good over, 1 for 7. He has picked up, and so far he has bowled 4 overs.
Yeah, really good pressurizing bowling from Mungru. Keshav Mungru, he's been spot on, moving the ball both ways and creating all sorts of problems for the Windwards batters. The Windwards, they've moved on to 39 for 3. And Davis, he went for 18. St. Hilaire, he retired not out for 5. Lewis, he came, he had only 3, and Emmanuel 3. You see a good shot there by, I make it Joseph Daniel, all right. And Daniel gets off the mark. First time we've seen the sweep being employed.
Yeah, first really cross-batted shot we have seen. Ball given some air, which is swept down to mid-wicket.
Bashu just looking to bring it up to the batters, sorry. And he's bringing it up, he's giving it a bit of flight. Really have to keep your eyes on it.
Yeah. And the thing about it is something that I always said when you're facing spinners or slow bowling, and they begin to give it some air. Even though it looks simple, but it's more challenging to face, because you had to look up, you had to think whether or not you must come down or whether or not you must play back. So you put, the batsman had to make a lot of decisions. So it makes it much more difficult, even though it looks very simple. You had to be quick, you probably had to be nimble on your foot and pick up things. So that sort of doubt it puts in your mind, as even when you go to hit, that seemed to come off the edge, and we, as you're probably going to see the replay, whether it's being dropped by the keeper. But again, you're very tentative in terms of the stroke play, because you're not sure. You pick up 2 runs.
Yes, we look at the replay there. Getting the foot outside. The keeper was up a little bit early. So he beat the keeper and the slip.
And that's a sort of challenge that these leg spinners face, particularly when they begin to give the ball a lot of air. You know, as you bowl a little bit quicker, it becomes easier for the batsman. But not a good over bowl there by Bashu. He has gone for 4 in 2 overs, and the Windwards just 43 for 3, and we have 17 overs completed.
Yeah, really, the Windwards will want to make sure that this pair brings them as far into this game as possible. But what would be more important is that the run rate be picked up. They're scoring at just about 2.53 and over. And it says that they're not going to get much with some 23 overs remaining. It means that they need to get some impetus into this innings.
Mongo in his 5th over, so far 1 for 7, again beaten outside there off some movement away from the right-handed Joseph. Looking to push on the offside. But he has been bowling a real tremendous spell.
He does look comfortable over the wicket, around the wicket, Mongo.
He's into his 5th over, and even at this age, you know, you bowl five overs on the trot and being very consistent, a very good line, keeping it very tight. You know, it really speaks to the ability that he possesses and maybe the work that he has done before.
Yeah, I think he will feel happy with his display today. What, in my view, is maybe a bit disappointing is that the Windwards have not really found a way to put him off his game, you know, so he was able to just settle in, and this is what the result is, a lot of pressure.
This is short and hit well down to backward point, and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Right, and well played by Joseph. He was on top of it and placed it nicely at backward point for 4.
Yeah, and this is more of what you need to really put Mongo under pressure. See, you know, if he's going to be clear in his thinking as he was, you know, previously in terms of the pressure that he has exerted. Now, if you get somebody who can respond and really put pressure, it means that he now has to keep that steady head, and he has not been tested.
And a full toss has hit back past the bowler, and they're going to pick up 2 more runs. But again, I was making the point Rondell, that it takes a lot for you to, at this level, to come out and bowl 5 overs and be very consistent. We've probably seen a little bit of tiredness into his 5th over. So we are seeing 2 bad deliveries. One was short, hit down to backward point, and another full toss being bowled. As another beautiful delivery that left him. But you sometime will be able to see coming after this spell, coming into your 5th over, a bit of tearing, and that will indicate sometime that causes you to bowl some bad deliveries.
Yeah, at this stage you want to make sure that you give them, your bowlers, enough rest. You don't want the spells to be too long. So far he's managed well. His 5 overs going for some 13 runs. So he has done pretty well. And as I said, maybe a bit more pressure being exerted on him. Might have seen something different, but trust me, for what he has done and the uncertainty that he has created in the minds of the batters, you would take this any day.
Yeah, he had a good spell. 5 overs for 13. And probably could have picked up more than 1 wicket. So Bashu continues over the wicket. Getting that ball to go the other way. That seemed to be a googly going the other way. So pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think the flight of the deliveries is really causing a bit of uncertainty in the minds of the Windwards batters. They're not sure whether they want to play back, whether they want to, go forward. Again, choosing to go back. Daniel looking to maybe just get himself in. It's early days for him. He's just faced 5 deliveries and scored 1. And there he goes again, just looking to get on into the outfield, picking up 2 easy runs, but again, he's not afraid to use the cross-batted shot. I think this one was a bit more risky in that he took it off the off stump and really pulled it through the mid-wicket region where he was able to pick up 2. And he's done for. Playing down the wrong line. That one just leaving him a bit and cannoning into the off stump. So another wicket, and again beaten there by the flight of that delivery. Coming forward, but coming forward way too late was Daniel.
Well, he actually yorked himself there because that ball right up there really should have come forward and actually meet us on the full toss. But that ball pitched almost in the crease and hit the off stump. See, actually, as we look at it there, right up and playing the line of the ball also. But he had enough time to get back to the ball maybe on a full toss. But again, as we continue to say, the ball that is being tossed up given a lot of creating a lot of problem from the batters, not knowing what to do, how to play those deliveries. Sometimes it just a little chip and you meet it on the full toss. So I think this is an area that certainly the batters will have to do a lot of work. Maybe it might call maybe in that session the throwing ball, the way you had to move, judge, move it, stroke, and we have seen it giving the Windwards batters quite a great deal of problem.
Yeah, certainly giving them some problem. They are in a position of uncertainty right now. 51 for 4. You look at the batsman coming out. Seems to be Patel coming out. What would be the instruction? What is it that he's going to do? Again, just allowing that ball to, come to him on the flight. And he's looking to just push it out, not really to be aggressive towards striking that ball. Getting off the mark quite strictly and picking up 2 runs in the process. So Patel off the mark. Windwards will need a partnership that can up the scoring rate and still give them, that solid middle that they can recover and maybe get a total in excess of 130.
Yeah, it looks, which seemed very far off at 53 for 4. 19 overs completed. And we are seeing again first Patel not being able to negotiate. Looking to sweep shot. Just comes off the edge and just dropped short of the field at a short backward square. So again, that sort of bowling continued to give the batters really some serious problem. But so he's off the mark with 2. Joseph, the captain, still there on 12 from 22 deliveries. 53 for 4. As we see bowling change. And I think it was necessary going into the 5th over. We saw that Mongu was really beginning to tear a bit. We have Katwaru. And Mo Spin coming from the northern end.
So you have an extra player coming onto the field. I don't know if he's coming to assist the Windwards.
Right. Oh, he seemed to be leaving them now. As another single, and batsman just seemed to run a bit slow there. Joseph.
And this seemed to be the Katwaru, left arm Chinaman. Kavid leg spin, but does have that. Let's look at it. That action. That. Yeah, yeah. That's it. It's a long time I haven't seen.
Yeah.
Someone with that Chinaman release.
Yeah, these bowlers can really be a handful. So if I just need to hit his leg, we can see that. It's a sort of bowling we are once used to in the region, particularly from Trinidad, who would have produced quite a lot of spinners.
Yeah, it does remind me of that South African
Shamsi.
Shamsi. Definitely something interesting. Does get a bit of movement, spin.
Yeah, and what will normally happen with these sort of bowlers, anytime they are pitching, they're really difficult to play. They create a lot of problem. And this one was closer. And you could see that it created problem for the batsman, it created problem for the keeper. .57 for 4. Let's add a couple of wides in this over. This is normal with, again,
if you notice there, that one was the quicker one. Didn't go as high with the arm as he went with the others, but he pulled it down quite quickly and got it to rush through. So it says that he's thinking, looking to vary what he's doing.
So 57 for 4, we reach the halfway stage of the Windwards batting. 20 overs completed. Trinidad and Tobago kept things really, really tight, having Only 57 in that 20 overs. Davis gone for 18. Joseph 13 cent left 5. Retired hot. And there's something about the field placing I think is so important as you look at the offside field. That field are just to the left of the bowler. Extra cover on the mid-off, and the point field are not very far. So far, Bashu's bowling to his field. Again, outside the off stump, again driven straight to the fielder.
Yeah, I think that short cover there is really putting quite a bit of pressure on the Windwards batters. Really, really good control there by Bashu. Not afraid to give it air. Get it to land just in that area of uncertainty. So looking to go after him. I think he's recognizing that he can't stay there blocking for the rest of the day, and he's played that one in anger. But fortunate for him, it eluded that man there at mid-off rather. Had he not gotten that connection, could have spelled danger.
Yeah, no what? Well, very good over bowling by Bashu. I think it was a bit of misjudgment by the field at mid-off. They really catch that should have been taken. But you can see that he probably went in too much and then had to come back and jump. But what is notable is the control. I mean, he's bowling leg spin. To have that sort of control, even with a lot of flight, right? It really takes a lot as a young bowler to be able to fly the ball so much and have the control. And it really speaks good to what we have seen from the bowlers.
Yeah, it really does. And really puts emphasis on these youngsters, and you really want to be able to follow their careers and how to be at this stage and doing this so well. I mean, as you get older, you get stronger, you get smarter, you learn more of the game. You can only get better from there.
Yeah, one would expect that particularly leg spinners, they're going to give you a few bad deliveries here and there, maybe some long hop, maybe get a full toss here and there. But we haven't been seeing that from the bowler of Bashu. We have been really consistent, and one side of the wicket really speaks well.
Yeah, I think what is important for them also is that they're not looking to turn it too much. They're looking to be more consistent than to look for too much turn. And so that helps their control tremendously. Joseph just looking to maybe get after the bowling here a little bit. Can see he seems intent on really getting the ball off the middle. No doubt about him seeing it, but I think finding the gaps and really putting the fielders under a bit of pressure is what he needs to do now.
Yeah, Cartford just struggling there for line, just again being wide of the off stump. He has bowled 2 wides in this over. Just need to get his length right.
say the Giuseppe name spell wrong. This is the spelling.
62 for 4. We into the 22nd over. The sun continues to shine really brightly here. Short delivery and hit to cover. This is normal you would tend to find from these spinners. But the Windward Islands would really want to step it up.
Yeah, they definitely want to step it up. You want to make sure that at the end of the next 20 overs, they can maybe get close to 100 within the next 20 just to put a reasonable score on the board. They've gone well so far. They've tried really well to keep the Trinidad bowling at bay. We mentioned already how well they have bowled, but I think the Windwards, they have not really been too attacking in terms of looking to rotate the striker as often as possible. And definitely the position that they're in, they need to do some of that right now.
So Bashu so far 1 for 11. Again, good line.
So looking to attack there, Bashu, employing a slip. Firmly struck by Joseph, picking up an easy single. And this is more of what you need. You want to make sure that you get the ball away from the fielders and into the outfield as much as possible. Pick up the ones, the twos. The boundaries have been really hard to come by, but definitely they will need to strike a few boundaries.
Bashu in his 5th over. Just gone for 11 so far. Really good position, that short extra cover there. A really good try by the short extra cover. Just having the drum, just getting one hand to it and not being able to hold on.
Yeah, Patel looking to use the aerial route, just get it over his head. It was a really big effort to get up there. He jumped, he leaped and leaped well, but couldn't really in the catch. Again, you can see Bashu just causing the batter to doubt what he wants to do. Joseph was in two minds whether to play it straight or whether to push it out to that man's square. Now he's more purposeful. I think this is what is required, a bit more purpose in terms of, getting the ball into the gaps.
And this actually is the first delivery I think was not outside the off stump, but was more aligned to some middle and leg, and give Jose the opportunity to just play it on the onside. But again, he continued to be really consistent. So he has 1 for 14 in 5 overs, and could have been much more, but really continued to do a good job for Trinidad and Tobago, having the Windwards after 23 overs to 65 for 4.
Yeah, 65 for 4 is really, I don't think the total that the coaching staff of the Windwards may have anticipated. But as we say, it is what it is. They just need to respond from here on in.
Yeah, you can see Katwaru, anytime he pitches, it creates problem. As we see Joseph looking to drive and making no contact, ball going through to the keeper.
And so far in this over, he has looked a bit more steady. He's gotten his 2 deliveries, attacking the stump. Again, that one coming back in. But yes, he's getting the ball to come back. But I think what he needs Joseph to do is to meet him a little bit earlier. I think he's just waiting a little, allowing that ball to turn on him before he really gets contact. If he can get that step in and really get to that delivery and maybe place it where he wants it, he will get the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, he's creating a lot of doubt in the batsman's mind. Joseph so far faced 31 deliveries. And this really trying to play a captain's inning. It's important that he stay there as long as possible. Yeah, just a bit slow by the Trinidad fielders there as they amble a single.
Yeah, I think Patel was Patel took quite a long time before he really got into his running. And luckily for him, the fielder was also a bit lethargic, as he would have had a different result. One which would have favored the Trinidad and Tobago team. But they live on 66 for 4.
So the sun continues to shine really brightly here at Lasages. Nice ball, given a lot of air. Well played. Go to for a single. Just a little bit, as you see, lethargic by the field at that backward point region. But another single to Joseph. Yeah, and it's the first time we see the batsman coming forward and hit on the full toss. And this is what you're saying here. I think it was well played by Patel as he came forward and stroked it nicely past the short cover.
Yeah, it will take a bigger stride. But I think once you get that big stride in and you get closer, the head gets closer to the delivery. And you have more control in terms of how you hit it and where you hit it. This is something that they would need to look to.
69 for 4, Joseph on 18. Patel on 7.
Again, Mashu just looking to remain outside that off stump. He's reinforced the offside field a bit. So it tells you that he's really going to look to just stay wide of the stump. And maybe ask the batters to come after him.
Yeah, he has been very consistent, very consistent. And he's into his 6th over. Once again, really consistent there. And every delivery just look as though something is going to happen. This time, Patel was able to clear the short cover to pick up a single, and that completes another over. Bashu now 6 overs and had one for 18. And the Windward Islands, they are 70 for 4. And we had some 24 overs being bowled. 25 overs, 70 for 4.
Yeah, with 15 overs remaining, the Windward Islands only 4 wickets down. They need to really be thinking now as to what would be an acceptable total. And if they had a target of at least 150, I think they're still on the cards for that. It will take a bit of striking. The batters out there, they've seen the condition. I think they have made a good assessment. They've played well. But now they need to get into another gear.
Yeah, 2 runs there, 1 overthrow. Again, we see just some little lapses in the field in that the fielders are not quick to the delivery, and even when they get there, it takes some time. But 2 more runs, 70, 72.
I think with the players at this level, anything after 20 overs, you tend to see the legs beginning to get tired. You know, the movement seem to be a bit slower. So definitely getting to the deliveries. You look at even Patel, who has been out there just maybe for some 20 deliveries, not really able to run as quick as when he came in. Will take will take a lot of endurance. It takes a lot of concentration, you know, for these boys to be out there for 40 overs.
Yeah, I think that's a strong point you made. You've seen a difference in the movements of the fielders. And even, as you see, even the batters, they are not being running quickly as such, but it will take a lot. It will tell you the team that the team that is really stronger, a team probably that's more fit, will more or less come through. But Joseph would have already played on a 15 cricket, so there are a few guys who would have played at the on a 15 level that really would be used to those sort of condition. But we've seen it telling on the players, particularly the fielders.
Yeah, it will, and the conditions, as we say, it's quite hot, and so you definitely want to make sure that you keep hydrated as they're doing now. But it does tax the body somewhat, and will take an extra strength, you know, just to remain focused, be sharp. Remaining out there for 40 overs is no easy task. Will at some point in time have to remind yourself, hey, I need to stay in the game, you know?
Yeah, and the sort of weather that we have been having now, even though you probably we look at to the right of us or more to the north side, you see seemingly some little clouds, but the sun is pretty hot and it's pretty steaming. So you know, it will take quite a bit from these young players.
Yeah, that's part of it. The mental toughness needed to play this game. When you have it, you really have to, be appreciative. When you don't, you have to work hard. And I think this is what we've seen from the Trinidad and Tobago youngsters so far. They've worked hard. The Windwards, they have worked hard to keep the position after 26 overs to 75 for 4, only 4 wickets down. Says that, these up-and-coming youngsters, they have the tenacity. Now we just need to maybe build that extra mental strength to get them through different situations. And as I mentioned, mental strength, I was really pleased with the mental strength that the West Indies boys showed yesterday.
Yeah, I think it was it's a performance that will probably give you some encouragement. I mean, 180, and I must say that the South African team bowled well. They bowled pretty well, and I think it was made a little difficult for us at times. But the coming back and pull it back there, to still win by 30, and I thought it was a feat I didn't expect. South Africa had a tremendous start, and based on where they were, one would have felt normal cricket from there would have given them victory. But wicket or two, it just turned it around and came back and completed the job. Encouraging performance. One would hope that it does not stop there. There's one more to play, and there's a tendency you would have win already, so you can relax. But one would hope that they will continue that with that fighting spirit.
Yeah, I think what I really appreciated is the fact that there were some plans. They knew the opponents. You played your opponents. So Stubbs, for example, who played a really good knock in the first innings, they had a plan against him, and to be able to execute the plan and really stifle his power hitting ability, I think that was a big difference in the result. Hussein and Muti, just having the two of them, just go at him consistently, really put him under some pressure. And I think this was the key in terms of sticking to your plans, knowing when the batters come out, what you're going to do and how you're going to do it, and sticking to it. Many times we've seen in the past, they've been in that position, and for some reason they can't stick to their plan, but they really did stick well. And so kudos to Darren Sammy and the management team. You can see and you listen. I observed the wicket of Shepherd got that not Williams, but he got one of the players playing outside the off stump to one. It went low and flat, and Matthew Ford, I think, caught it down on the boundary. You can see him saying to Shepherd, the plan worked. And this is really good, as we see out there, the youngsters, they have a plan and they're doing exactly what the plan is.
This is what made the game very exciting. I mean, we are at a stage now where you are able to look at each player and analyze. And I mean, this is what makes it so exciting. Then this one was over cover again, just over cover. And I was going to make the point in terms of what to make the game exciting. You look at South Africa, and they came back the second time around. I think the mode of operation was totally different. I think the bowlers were totally different. We saw two players get out, cut on the cover boundary. And again, you could see this plan. They would have studied the players and really would have done pretty well. Hit down to mid-wicket. And you see Patel just picking up and hitting down to that mid-wicket region. We have the second time we have seen him playing this shot, but I think he was more in control of this one. He just dropped short of the just to the right of the field on the boundary, pick up a single. But showing some positive intent.
Yeah, Bashu in his 7th over. Has bowled really well, 20 runs coming off his 6.2 overs so far.
You know, what is really remarkable about him is his line. Hardly has he strayed anyway. But his line and he able to toss the ball consistently. This is difficult for a leg spinner to be so consistent. Just picked up 1 wicket, but in his 7th over. Once again, toss up and, you know. And you would see a number of shots being played not far from fielders. In the air, not far from fielders. This one went back in the air, just to the left of the bowler. But again was in the air.
Yeah, really just asking them to pierce the field. This one a little bit faster, a little shorter. And as you said, he really has done well in terms of his line. Just right outside the stump, just, moving away.
In the air once again, and again no fielder in that position, looking to pull his patel, and really got himself all tangled up there. Ball went in the air and really in a vacant position and picking up a single. Once again, Bashu really having some difficulty there, not really in any position to play such a shot, but it was lucky too.
I'll tell you what, it was short enough. I think he had the right idea, but at some point he seemed to have taken his eyes off that ball, because he looked at the field, the mid-wicket was rather straight. So you have quite a bit of space over that man at square leg. And so definitely the intent was there, but he wants to make sure that he keeps his eye on that ball and really give it a good smack.
Yeah, and I also believe it was a quicker delivery. So I think he had to rush the shot and was not able to get much into it. But was able to survive. So we've 80 for 4 of 27 overs. Baku has 1 for 23 in 7 overs. Katwaru, none for 12 in 4 overs. So Katwaru in his, are we seeing a change? Guerra. And that ball again, not a good delivery by Katwaru. And that went through not only the batsman, it went through the keeper.
Yeah, that one beating everybody by his signal.
82 for 4. In the air again, and just went, I think he got 100, cover fielder. And run out. What casual run in there. And was really casual coming in there.
Tell you what, I think he was really bond there. Patel, you look at him, he crossed for 1, and he was just struggling to get back to the end. As the throw came in, you can see that he gave up. He was just tired. He really couldn't make it. But one wonderful knock. He had the right intention. He was a bit more aggressive, 15 coming off 26 deliveries. It says that he really wanted to get that scoring rate up, and I think he has done well so far. So unfortunate that he has to go the way of the run out.
Yeah, so we have seen the second run out of the inning. Patel run out there, and I agree with you. Just look as though he was, just barely trying to make it to get back there. But what is going to tell on these young players if they're not used to doing any form of training, any form of training in any way? It will show out here. Yeah, longer the game goes on, and we are seeing it happening. Condition of the players.
Yeah, definitely the physical conditioning, the fitness, a very big component of the game. As a coach, you always want to ensure that your youngsters understand the fitter they are, the better they would perform. The opportunity for them to excel will be greater. But physical fitness is very, very key. And what makes it even more difficult is when you have the sun beating down on you as it is now.
So John. Again, making no contact. And John, I think, is another Dominican.
I think Katwaru in this over has really settled in nicely to a line. Good start there by John. He's off the mark. I think Joseph on 21. A lot will rest upon his shoulders to ensure that his team gets maybe close to 150. I would love to see him change gear. Still a bit of time to go. You have some 12 overs remaining. And so at some point in time, one would expect that he will take the responsibility to maybe get a couple boundaries, into the Windward Island innings. So far, they've been pretty steady. 84 for 5, coming after 28 overs. Says that they've done well not to lose more wickets than these.
But Joseph has played a good hand, as a captain. I think he's very clear. His intent is bat as long as possible, and it's important that he bat, almost really down to the end, trying to make sure that he stay and guide the team. He's the captain. He's also one of the players who would have played for the Windwards under 15, so he would have a bit of an experience. So, and you see that he's putting his head down. And the longer he bats, and the bowlers, with more terrain for the bowlers coming down to the end, he probably would be able to make up.
So it's going to be Guerrera. He's replaced Bashu at the pavilion end. They're in his fourth over.
Yeah, one would have thought that you probably might have want Bashu to complete. He has bowled some 7 overs, which you want to go, a new batter in.
Good delivery from Guerrero, just honing on to the middle stump there. want to see the back of John as early as possible. Wouldn't want him to settle in. That's the idea between John and Joseph. I think we're going to see some pretty quick singles.
Yeah, they know each other pretty well from Dominica. So they have a good understanding.
Missing out there, John. Joseph. Full pitch delivery. Could have hit that anywhere. Instead, he played down the wrong line.
I think the intent here is not to leave the crease, and he not to leave the crease, so he kind of stretch and really should have really meet this on the full toss.
One going through a bit faster.
Yeah.
We're mixing it up well.
Yeah, good work by the keeper. Very.
And well played by Joseph, looking to rotate the strike.
So 87 for 5 after 29 overs. The Windward Islands were asked to take first strike today. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and electing to field. And I think they would have probably made that decision. No, they would have seen the batters in the first game. They would have seen most of the batters ended at 125, I think, for 6. Was an opportunity now to have the bowlers give them an opportunity. And when the toss was spun, you could have heard the joy when they won the toss. So they knew the plan they had was to give the bowlers a feel. And so far, they have done a fairly good job. We have seen all of them. And gives the staff good opportunity to see where the players are at. We have some 11 overs to go. Gore Katwaru in his 6th over. Very good shot. So this is a really good shot played to in that cover region. It pick up 2 runs, but really a good shot by Joseph to the pitch and stroked it nicely between cover and extra cover.
Yeah, really positive shot there by Joseph. I think in the last few overs, he has looked to really get the ball into the outfield. You can see that he's willing to run and run hard. So that's positive for the Windward Islands if they're going to get, any total maybe close to 130 or thereabout.
Yeah, stroking the ball, Joseph, a lot better. This one he played nicely out to a backward point, a cover point. Umbrella single, but looking more and more at ease.
Good aggressive running there by the pair of Joseph and John. Joseph will be feeling a bit exhausted by now. He's been there for some 55 deliveries, 64 minutes. So he's been there for more than an hour at the crease. Again, firmly struck by John. Straight to the fielder. Fielder doing well. Again, not being able to field cleanly.
Yeah, that completes a 30th over.
Yeah, so after 30 overs, it's 93 for 5, the Windward Islands. They done well in the context of what has happened. Some really good tight bowling from the TNT bowlers, restricting their boundary scoring. But so far, Joseph, the captain, has come out and has shown some positive intent. He's there, he's striking it well, 27 of 55 deliveries. And he's accompanied by John. He's 5 of 8. So with 10 overs remaining, you're definitely hoping that a few more boundaries, maybe a bit more rotation of strike, can see the Windwards get maybe close to, I would make it 130.
Yeah, I'd be happy to be just around that 130, 140. But the last few overs we have seen Joseph a lot freer, striking the ball much better. And that will happen with the length of time he have been there, so he's obviously get a good idea of the bowlers, the use of the pitch. And therefore he's beginning to really stroke the ball nicely. I would think he would be hoping the bat really, maybe until around 35th, 36th over, he'll want to be still there.
Yeah, definitely. Him being there just around the 35th over mark, he seems to be a player that can hit the ball cleanly. And so that clean hitting ability just may come in handy.
Lovely shot. I really came off the bat sweetly. John looks a really good player. He's really striking the ball well. This was shortish in length and he was quickly back. And it really firmly through the offside. And that side is just a little bit heavy. I think it's because of all the rain that we had, even though the field was cut. Under normal condition, that really would have sped to the boundary. We pick up 2 in the process. Full toss, looking to swing. And a loud appeal. Again, good variation shown there by Guerrero. And John was really early into the shot.
Yeah, really not the shot, the recommended shot at this stage. Still have quite a few overs to go, so you want to make sure that you rotate the strike and bring the game as close to the 40th over as possible, or maybe 35 overs and you look to let loose.
Yeah, we still have a bit of over. We're in the 31st over in 97. Yeah, good running by both players, and they seem to understand each other. This biggest ball was stroked straight to cover, and they quickly was able to come through for a single.
Yeah, John middling well. I think he's ready to get that boundary hitting off. And he's showing more and more intent. I think once he's there, there will be some possibility of a couple boundaries.
Yeah, this pair looks really the most positive. They look well organized. They're running between the wicket well. And from a Windwards point of view, they would hope that this pair stays together for quite a while. But they seem to be in control and playing each ball on its merit. As we see, the 100 runs has been scored in 31 overs. So they would really want to continue. 100 for 5 of 31 overs for the next 9 overs. Probably be looking to get at least 40 runs in those 9 overs.
Yeah, definitely. They will want to make sure that they get close to that 140, and maybe even if things go well, they can press it on to 150. I think that would make a pretty challenging total. The bowlers will definitely have something to bowl to. John striking that one back to the bowler, who was unable to gather cleanly, but definitely you can see that he's willing to get the willow to the leather, striking them pretty powerfully. Nice deft touch from John.
Yeah, he does look a good player. He really looks a good player. Really striking the ball well. Just get into double figures on 10.
It's 10 coming from 15 deliveries. So it's come at a decent rate. As we see the umpire signal wide. And again, we said we're in the 30th over, well, the 32nd over. And you definitely can see that the fielders out there, they're not as sharp as they were. So it is telling on them, but they've done well. They look to be staying in the game. The bowlers have bowled really well for the Trinidad and Tobago under 13s.
Yeah, it's pretty hot out there, and we can feel it where we are here. So one imagine, that outside is pretty hot. But with 8 overs to go, 105 for 5, I think both the Trinidad bowlers will want to know they're getting these overs as quickly as possible. The Windward Islands would want to really push that score up to, let's say, maybe 140, closer to 150. But the longer this pair stay in the wicket, it's, probably there's more hope in that they will be able to push on coming to the end of the innings.
Yeah, they really want to make sure that they remain together for as long as possible. Had a partnership so far of 23. Want to maybe double that as quick as possible.
And it does not seem to be in any bother, any worry. I think they looked to be the two players that really has been playing the bowling rather comfortably. Swung down to mid-wicket, and once again another drop catch. John, they getting into his wicket and swinging it Goes straight to the mid-wicket fielder, who was not able to hold on as we look at. And another delivery comes off the edge, and they're going to pick up 2. That vacant slip position. Third man had to run around. So 2 more to the score, 108 for 5. We are seeing some flaws, and one can remember the first game that was played, there was a lot of really simple cards being dropped by the Windwards players. Now we're seeing a ball. Quicker delivery, and really seemed to have gone through him. Again, you made a point in terms of the playing on the back foot when probably they could be on the front foot. And I think there was probably a misjudgment. It was a quicker delivery, and he was looking to play back, and it went through him.
Yeah, really, he was slow there, Joseph, to get to that one. Not in a good position. Really, as you mentioned, should have been forward and maybe looking to stroke it out. And then this is where I think the Windwards coaching staff may need to really look at getting these boys to be able to get forward to that flighted delivery and take it on the full. You know, we've seen many times that they try to play back and get into all sorts of difficulty. So they need to be a bit more clear in terms of whether they were going to go forward or back, because there was Joseph neither forward nor back. And that one going straight through him.
Yeah, to play against this spin, one have to, the grass knock that you have is very essential in terms of that. We're going to throw the ball and the player had to stroke it. You can use that in an effort to be able to help you to play the ball that's being tossed up in the air and so come forward and drive and so forth. So I think, maybe that's one of the strategies you can use to help to deal with that. But we have seen that the slower bowler just seem to be creating a lot of problems, especially when the ball is being thrown in the air. But all credit to Joseph. I think he played a good inning, played a good captain's hand, and it really looked well as he came down to the end of his inning. But again, this was one variation, quicker one, where he should have been forward. He was on the back foot. 109 for 6. Williams.
Yeah, Joseph doing well. 32 from 63 deliveries. He batted for some 75 minutes. Batted for quite a long time. And with him getting out, I would say that the chances of getting to 140 has been diminished somewhat.
Yeah, 109 for 6 of the 33 overs, Windward Islands. Remember, in the Windward Islands were asked to take first strike. Run rate just about 3.30 with 7 overs remaining. Katwaru 7 overs, none for 25, and Guria after his 6 overs, he has 1 for 22. It's out the leg before, and again looking to pull. There is Williams. This one staying down a little bit, but looking to pull and hit in front, and the umpire had no hesitation.
Yeah, really the shot not on the ball. Maybe just tossed up a little too close to him. He got into the wicket. Ball didn't bounce as maybe he expected. But really, a shot at this time that he should not have been playing.
Well, it wasn't short enough for that shot. And as you said, and the ball stayed down a bit, so it made it even more difficult. And that really would have hit middle stump. So the Windward Islands has lost their 7th wicket. Williams didn't. John actually. Didn't add much. Leg before to Katwaru, who would have bowled pretty well despite the amount of wides that he would have bowled. Anytime he pitches, yeah, he just seemed to create some problem. And this was a quicker delivery that he looked to pull.
Well, Katwaru picking up his first wicket. We've seen all the TNT bowlers, with the exception of Thomas, picking up 1 wicket.
We have seen St. Clair now back into resume his inning. This one comes off the bottom edge and goes down to just a fine leg, short fine leg. So he adds 1 more to his score. He's on 6, 110 for 7 in the 34th over. And John
Yeah, a lot would rest on John in terms of trying to get some much needed boundaries. The Windwards, they definitely will like to get up to at least 140.
Once again, St. Clair is going for that drive. With the air that's been given there by Katwaru, he certainly really had to move out of his crease, really try to get to the pitch of it or try to get it on the full toss.
They're doing well. Just getting the edge and rotating the strike somewhat. They need a lot of this if they're going to get, past or close to that 140, which I think definitely will be on the cards.
Yes, so the win was 112 for 7. Joseph going for 32. Captain Joseph. Davis 18. Patel is 15. John 12. And we've seen 1 wicket for each of the bowlers. Gosepi, Guerrero, Mongu, and Bashu. We are about to start over number 35.
Yeah, Guerrero getting a bit of turn there. You can see Saint-Hilaire setting up to maybe to cut at this one.
We also seen around the adjustment in the field. Everybody's in, trying to keep it really tight. And it's good thinking, really good thinking by the Trinidad team. Everybody's in, trying to cut off the single.
Yeah, I think they were looking at the diminutive Saint-Hilaire and thinking that he doesn't really pack the punch, maybe to get over them. And so you encroach as much as possible, making it life difficult for him.
Right up, and it seems as though he probably may just have the first maiden.
And
the cuts, lovely shot. And to get this one, go down to third man, and picked up two in the process. but we have seen him attempted that shot on numerous occasions. He didn't get hold of it, probably more the bottom edge of it, of the bat. But was he able to go down to a vacant third man and pick up 2 important runs, 114 for 7. St. Clair is on 9.
What this has done is that it has pushed the fielders back. This is more of what you want to see. You have to be able to counteract the pressure that is being applied, you know. St. Hilaire responding well. He moves on to 9 from 36 deliveries. The end of over number 35. Score 114 for 7, the Windward Islands.
So are we going to see probably a different strategy used by John? He's on 12 from 19. We have 5 overs to go, and one would think that he will have to do the bulk of the scoring. So would you want to try to take most of the strike? It would be interesting to see what strategy you use just with 5 overs to go and 3 wickets to fall.
Yeah, it will be interesting, the strategy. As we see, I suspect that's Thomas Gale. Thomas?
Giuseppe.
Oh, that's Giuseppe. All right, so Giuseppe is returning. Starting with a wide. The pace being on, a little more energy for John to be able to use the pace and maybe get the ball into the outfield. As we see him coming down and looking to whip that one into the mid-wicket region. I think he was a little bit, he went for power more than timing.
Yeah, that showed a little disappointment. They probably wanted to come for the second. They really wanted to keep most of the strike. As we see now, the field comes in. The mid wicket comes in. The cover comes in. It's just to the edge of inside the circle. So all the players are in the circle. And he's out. He's out. And good thinking by the keeper. And you could see him standing still outside of the crease there. Looking to drive St. Clair. Made no contact, but just step outside of the crease. And good thinking by the wicket keeper. Yeah, just stepped out there. And really good thinking by the keeper, who just threw the ball back. And he was found wanting. The Windward Islands now losing the 8th wicket, 116.
Yeah, just a bit of carelessness there by St. Hilaire. I'm not certain that he knew where the ball was. You can see him rehearsing his shot, but stepping out of the crease.
We would have seen the keeper attempting to do that on numerous occasions, even when he batted first. This time he really was caught outside of his crease. Wicket, probably the Windwards of Illaford, but we saw the disappointment from John after he took that single. I guess he was looking for more, and you know, as he went down, now St. Clair would have faced just one delivery.
Yeah, John really looking to get after the bowling. I think he understands the need to really get a bit more momentum into the innings coming with only 4.4 overs remaining. So he wants to make sure that they get a score, you know, that they can defend.
116 for 8, the Windward Islands. We are in the 36th over. The incoming batsman is Bristol. will be facing up to the bowling of Thomas.
So one left-hander replacing the other.
Bowled him. That was through him, Thomas. They going right through Bristol. He seemingly really was in no man's land there. I was either back nor forward. Just try to defend, and that ball went through his defenses.
Yeah, really, again, we keep saying it. They've bowled with good discipline, attacking the stumps. Really not in any position to keep this one out. Looking to play back. Yeah, sort of jumping away from the line of the ball. And eventually he's bowled.
So Bristol just facing one delivery. And Trinidad and Tobago just coming back strongly, trying to wrap up the innings. We're still in the 36th over. 116 for 9. Thomas picking up his first wicket in his 5th over.
Yeah, so Thomas picking up his first wicket. That means that all the TNT bowlers have gotten a wicket. And they've bowled really well to restrict the Windward Islands on the 13th to 116 in 35.3 overs. Still a few more overs to go. Still the possibility of maybe getting past 120. Maybe even getting closer to 130. A lot would rest on John, who's out there. And John will want to keep out these next 3 deliveries from Thomas.
Played on the offside and the
so that's Samuel Jean.
lofted shot down the ground. Let's see if that comes around and ball really not carrying down to the long off fielder, even the wide long on. But very clear, and John would look to take the attack with whatever deliveries he faced. He's on 14 from 21 deliveries, 118 for 9. Ball played to backward point. That completes the 36 over. The win was 118 for 9.
Yeah, 118 for 9, 1 wicket remaining. And Samuel Jean, he's out there with Dylan John, and John, I think he will look to deposit as many as he can over the boundary ropes to make sure that they get maybe close to that 130 as we've been mentioning. He has shown the intent already. He's batting with the last man, and so I don't think he'll look to block too many. I foresee that he's going to look to clear the boundary.
Yeah, very interesting over, as you see. Know that the field is widely spread, and they wouldn't mind giving him the single. Let's see what happens. He's down the track and hit down to that mid-wicket area. He's going to pick up 2 runs there. And he's just getting there. That really look dangerous going back for the second run.
Yeah, I think the start stop The two was always on, but they had a start and a stop before they really decided, and that made it closer than it really should be. Had they turned and really given it their best, it would have been a comfortable two.
120 for 9. Played down to the cover fielder on the boundary, only a single. But he continued to strike the ball really well, getting into good position. And he stayed down to the cover fielder on the boundary. Now we see the players are all in the circle.
Yeah, so Jean doing all that he can to make sure that John gets back on strike. John will want to just be a bit focused and clear in terms of where he's going to deposit his shots.
He's on in the air. Let's see the fielder comes wrong, takes the catch at mid-on, deep mid-on. And John goes 122 all out, but really one could not have faulted him there. He had to try to take as much as possible. Looking to clear that long on area. Only held out to mid-on. Again, you could see him there that, he had to reach for it. And only able to hit it down to the mid-on fielder who took a good catch.
Yeah, tell you what, Guerrera really smart and wily customer. He recognized the need for the boundary. He knew that the batter would come at him, and so he held it back a little bit, asking him to, I believe if this one was the faster one that we've seen from him, it may have been different, but he asked him to come at him and try to get that ball over the boundary ropes. Well, the Windwards, they have closed their innings. They have lost their full quota of 10 wickets with a score of 122. Just to run through the scorecard for you quickly. We had Lewis. He went for 3 of 9 deliveries. St. Hilaire, he was stumped. Bihari bowled Thomas for 9. Davis, he was run out for 18. Another notable score, Joseph, he was the top scorer. He had 32 from 63 deliveries. He batted for some 75 minutes. Patel, 15 of 27 deliveries. John, he went, the last wicket to fall, he went 17 from 24 deliveries. Basically, these are your notable scorers for the Windward Islands. Bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, each of the bowlers, they got rewarded. But Cahill Thomas, he had 5 overs, 14 runs. He picked up 2 wickets. Guerrera, he had 7.4 overs. He picked up 2 wickets. 1 apiece for Gasepi, Mongru, Bashu, and Katawaru to bring that total to 122 for 10, the Windward Islands. So definitely the Trinidad and Tobago, I think they're going to fancy their chances of getting this 122 that are set. A lot would depend on the Windwards and the tight bowling.
Yeah, well, 36.4 overs, 122 all out to the Windward Islands, and certainly it's runs on the board, and one would think that we may sit here and think it's not enough, but certainly it depends on how the Windwards bowl and how the Trinidad batters will be able to negotiate out there. But the pitch continues to play well, so really there shouldn't be an issue with the pitch, but we will feel that 122 probably slightly under par. But one has to give credit to the bowling of Trinidad and Tobago. I think they did well, the spinners in particular, especially with the ball being given quite a lot of away, really made it difficult for the Windward. But as I said before, it runs on the board, and certainly they will have to fight, all right, to get Trinidad under that total. So a lot is there. It'll be interesting to see what happens from here on. But we can just see that the Trinidad and Tobago team did well after they would have won the toss, sent in the Windwards. Did well. They will be hoping to come out and to get past that 122 that has been set by the Windwards.
Well, we will be here to bring you the live coverage of the chase by the Trinidad and Tobago under 13 boys. And stay tuned. We'll be back with you shortly to bring you the second innings of this very interesting under 13 tournament here in Lasajas at the Lasajas playing field. So stay with us. We'll see you when we return.
take time and I write down all the things that I love on my island. Best believe my list gon' be like 5 miles long. Best believe it's love that makes me sing this song. The cleanest breeze on the waters, friendly people meet in every corner. Togetherness and love is what we stand for. We stand for. We stand for.
Oh, island in the sun. Look at how we've grown, how far we've run. 50 years we strong and more to come. More to come. More to come. We're going higher. 50 years we're blessed, we're forged in fire. Still reaching for more. Going up, going up, 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 up. Going up, going up, going up, 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 up.
We're going higher, going higher. As we aspire, build advances, put people together.
Bang, bang, bang.
It's only up from
It take time to reminisce on the richness of our history from the beginning. From the people who came through sugar and change, emancipation, the revolution. Hold on, the speck up on the globe. More than the ice cream and gold. Much more than the nutmeg and the clove. Tell the world we are Grenadians. Oh.
3 islands united as one, blessed with the strength to carry on. We're more than just that island in the sun. Tell the world we are Grenadians.
Higher. 50 years we're blessed, we're forged in fire. Oh, you mean? We going up, going up, going up, 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 going up, going up, going up, 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 up. Yes, fire. Build advances, want people together. Going up, going up, going up, 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 up. Going up, going up, going up, 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 up.
Really and truly, can't find the words to describe what my country mean to me. So much things we take for granted, but so much things they give to me.
Peace and tranquility, family, community. It no matter where we go in the world, just know that home is where my heart
For 50 years, as you shape for 50 more, as you shape to reach your goal, like you're running bring the goal.
I can see the vision clear. Sing it out to let the people hear.
Look at how we've gone and how far we've come.
50 years we strong and more to come. More to come. More to come. It's only up from here.
More, more, more. Higher,
like that.
higher.
And higher.
It's only up. We're going higher.
50 years we're blessed, we're forged in fire. Still reaching for more. Going up, 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 up. Going up, 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 up. Going up, 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 up.
We make the curricle pity matnik.
Going higher. 50 years we're blessed, we're forged in fire. Still reaching for more. Going up, going up, 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 up. Going up, going up, going up, 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 up,
We're
up.
going higher. Going higher. As we aspire, build
down to Grenada, we've created these incredible recipes for young chefs to essentially curate in the fashion of their culinary arts. I'm very excited about this partnership. Grenada is known as a spice island, culinary capital in the Caribbean, as many have remarked.
What makes Grenadian cuisine so special? And the answer lies in the proximity of everything fresh.
I'm looking forward to uncovering the ingredients and the cultural expressions of Grenada and Pop. In Carriacou, we had an amazing time, but I was so impressed about the beauty of the island, and the people were so warm, friendly.
I felt it kind of like a challenge. I thought I could say something here. I could do something here. The idea of bringing Grenada into the global culinary conversation became the mantra. We have to tell that story.
Must tell that story. And we are telling that story.
Well, you are, one pot at a time.
All right, well, we welcome you back to the Last Just Playing Field for this, the inaugural Trinidad Windwards Under 13 series. This is game number 2, and we are in innings number 2 as Trinidad and Tobago, they're going to respond to the Windwards 122 all out in 36.4 overs. It's going to be interesting. The weather conditions are good, and so we're looking ahead to see who will come out in the ascendancy. Wicket has played well and is going to be playing well, I believe, for the entire day, and so it makes for good cricket. Rafael, your thoughts?
Yes, certainly. I think we are in for an intriguing afternoon session. Trinidad trying to get to 123 for victory. And as we saw in the first inning of Trinidad batting, they do possess some players with great ability. Bok, one could remember, one of the players who would have looked pretty good. I think the opening pair looked good. And certainly batting down to, well, they lost 6 wickets, so we would have seen the top half of the batting. If we see that these players continue to look the way that they look, one would think that they have every chance of trying to get to 123 for victory. But the bowlers did well. The Windwards bowlers looked pretty good in that first encounter. Therefore, it all made for an interesting battle.
Well, the first run on the board, it's a wide from Joseph. Again, Joseph just straying a bit.
Yeah, and what we expect now that the ball is going to come off that wicket a lot better. These first 2 deliveries bowled by Joseph, one remembers him in the first inning, he was able to move the ball very consistent in length, but we see those 2 deliveries really came off. A big difference in terms of the pace that we saw from Trinidad and Tobago.
Again, not really bowling to his field, Joseph, and the ball trickles over the ropes. So the first boundary of the Trinidad and Tobago innings coming off the bat of Burke, just guiding that delivery down to the fine leg region for 4. But as you were saying, more pace, so the ability to get across the outfield a lot faster.
Yeah, really important point there. The ball coming on. That was well played. He got into good position, just turned it nicely. The fielder who is close to the square leg umpire, had to really move very quickly to his left and really didn't give him much of a chance. Oh. Big wicket struck there. Bok looking for that drive there, and that ball leaving him and taking an outside edge. The keeper taking up that catch, and a vital blow struck there by Joseph, as we see here. A bit wide, probably a shot, really a ball that should have allowed to go on because it was wide and it was moving further. So really a bad shot played there by Bok.
Yeah, really not the sort of shot that you expect from a top order. You had enough chance to leave that. It was leaving him, going away. But kudos to Joseph. He, in my view, overcompensated, but it picked up a wicket. So a lot going with the Windwards. They have their first strike. Trinidad and Tobago under 13s, they're 6 for 1. And we're in over number 1. So early strike.
Yeah, good strike there. And was making the point that the fact that now the ball is going to come on a lot easier. It makes it easier for stroke play. Now the Windwards is also more filled with medium pieces or faster bowlers. Doesn't have the quality of the amount of spin that Trinidad possesses. So therefore, batting can be an easier task coming up against those medium pace bowling.
Yeah, well, they will want to keep the bowling as tight as possible. The Windward Island bowlers want to make sure that you keep the field in for as much as possible, restrict scoring, or at least that's free scoring. Make the guys work for every run that they're going to get.
So again, we've seen a pack offside field. Just two fielders on the leg side. The mid-on now comes in, and the backward square just to the right of the umpire.
Yeah, Joseph not really looking the part so far. I think he has been all over the wickets. Fortunate for him, he got a wicket. But the control that we saw from him in that first game, I think he's yet to really settle into that sort of control.
Yeah, just struggling a bit. Looked much better in the first inning. Another poor delivery. Full toss down the leg side, and you could see him just seem to be struggling. Not too sure if he's feeling 100%, but you could see him. Even his run up, you look at him walking back now, just seemed to be not happy with himself. But full delivery on the leg side, which was easily turned down to backward square for 4. Rambaran.
Yeah, this time he's on the money, forcing Rambaran to look for a drive that is not there. And fortunate for Rambaran, it didn't touch anything, went through to the keeper safely. But this is what you want. You want to make sure that you get the ball up, give it every chance to swing, or whether you get the inward or the away movement, and look to pick up some wickets. And just a little bit too wide there. Just seem to be struggling there somewhat. So 3 deliveries into the first over. Already 1 wicket down. One just moving a bit.
Yeah, look pretty close there. Probably may have beaten the leg stump. I don't know if he got a bat onto it, but it looks.
Yeah, you can see it from Joseph. The run-up looks labored. He's not really running through the crease as we know and we're accustomed to seeing from him. So it definitely tells you something is off. He doesn't have much time to really get himself in gear. Chasing a score of 122, you want to be on the ball right away. This stage he just seems to want to complete that over, not really purposeful in any way.
Yeah, looks very dejected there. Just he has so far bowled so many 4 wides in the over so far. So 6.
Yeah, 6 wides.
6 wides.
Get it, John!
Yeah, so the over number 1 finally coming to an end. 10 for 1. So they will feel happy with the 1 wicket, but I think the 6 wides would be 6 extras that the Trinidad and Tobago players didn't work for and was gifted.
Yeah, he wouldn't be too happy with his first over, and you could see it by his mannerism. He really struggled wide off the off stump, wide down the leg side. Certainly is not the sort of bowler that we saw in the first game. One hope we're going to pick up from maybe from the second over, if not probably give him an over just to relax and then to come back. It'll be very interesting to see what happens with the second over, whether or not he's going to bowl the second one. The 10 for 1, importantly, he picked up that very important wicket.
Yeah, so batting for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 13th. Gooding, he's yet to really face any deliveries, and Rambaran has faced some 4 deliveries, not yet off the mark. So Williams. Again, not the ideal start.
No, certainly the conditions are a lot different from the first game. No, you start a game, you're going to start with a yes, making a point, and you start a game at the beginning of the match, you really have some enthusiasm and you will want to do well and so forth. Now they are looking to defend 122, and what we have seen so far, and already 8 overs, 8 wides have been bowling. You can say 1 over. It's a whole different period. The sun is shining brightly, and you would see that the ball is coming through a lot more. Therefore, you're going to call for a lot more in terms of the consistency and in terms of where they bowl. And I think they just need to settle a bit, try to hit line and length first, and then try to develop in pace.
Yeah, that would be the ideal. Don't have much time to get that done, as Williams seemed to have found his radar and has put 2 deliveries really on good length, good line, forcing the batter just to come forward and play with some level of respect. And this is more of what they would need. Again, turning nicely there, Gooding, looking for 2 and get it quite comfortably. Again, not bad from Williams. Looking to get that ball swinging. I think he got that one to just steal in somewhat after starting it maybe just on the middle stump.
Yeah, good delivery right up. Probably look to start a little more closer to the off stump, but Gooding got back onto it, down to that vacant position and pick up 2.
This is the type of bowling that you would like to see. On beating the outside edge. Had the batter committed to playing that stroke. Again, that movement back into the left-hander is just not starting on the right line.
Yeah, you want to start outside the off stump. At pitching middle and leg, it's swinging, going further down the leg side. You just need to adjust that line. You have the batsman to come play on the front foot, maybe hitting just outside the off stump. And this Trinidad team, as I said before, boasts of a lot of left-handers, so it's more of a challenge, left and right, for the bowlers.
A good piece of fielding there by the man at point. Really was stroked nicely off the middle. Gooding looking good. Seems to know what he's about. Oh my goodness. So Trinidad and Tobago, quite unfortunate. They've lost their second wicket through the run-out route.
Yeah, what a bit of drama there. I think that they should have been 2 runs there. And obviously, as they looked to turn for the second run, you saw that it was Goodin who slipped. And Ramran, who would have left his crease, happened to go back. He also slipped. So by the time he was able to recover to get back there, he really had to scramble. And by that time, the throw came in. And unfortunately, he didn't make the crease.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Really. One of the worst ways you would want to get out in this game. After slipping and not able to make your ground again.
Well, you don't often see that slipping from both batsmen. You know, it was very unfortunate that both of them would have slipped and really, he really couldn't get back. So another blow struck by the Windwards, 15 for 2. And we are still in the second over, just a completion of the second over.
Yeah, the Windwards will be happy to have completed 2 overs and picked up 2 wickets. 2 very early strikes. Getting Burke caught behind the wickets and getting Rambaran, one of the really good-looking Trinidad batters, run out for no score.
Very interesting move to come with spin from that end. So we had Joseph just bowling 1 over, which was rather erratic, picking up a wicket. But there they would have picked up another wicket. One would have felt, no, you probably given some more confidence to come back now. There's probably new batters. But they have opted to go for spin.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Seems to one questions the intent there. Is this the plan now? Or is it a move just maybe to get Williams to the other end and have Joseph come from the bottom end? A lot to be desired. We know we're not certain. We just have to look and see.
And interestingly, there's just still 2 players on the leg side. Now they're making a move to put another player on the leg side, and they are really in the circle. Interestingly, they're in the circle, and they obviously offside field. You know, maybe just have one player outside of the circle. So a rather interesting move and field placement.
Yeah, just looking to keep the pressure. Not really looking to give away anything, and so far Patel has started well. Bowling to his field, he has 6 on the off. Yes. So maybe they've seen something from the innings of the Trinidad and Tobago spinners. Patel starting well. Has been on the money for his 3 deliveries so far.
He is a bowler that seemed to have quite a great deal of control. I saw him in one of the practice matches, and he did look to have quite a bit of control. which you don't often see from a young player.
So 4 dot deliveries so far. Again, just right there on the stump, just outside the off stump. Yeah, that was starting. So another blow struck as we were wondering what's the intention, what's the ploy. Maybe they've seen something, and definitely they are awarded LBW decision.
Yeah, quite an interesting move there.
As we look at it. Hitting him on the back leg. Seemed to be beaten there. And Manwaran raising the dreaded finger.
Yeah, pretty interesting. One decision to bring the off spinner, and then having been able to pick up a next important wicket. Really a big turnaround there, and the Trinidad and Tobago team deep into trouble, struggling at 16 for 3. But what a start for the Windwards.
Yeah, really, you can't want anything better. And defending 122, and it's the third over, and you have already picked up 3 big wickets, 3 of the top batters in the Trinidad and Tobago lineup.
So 16 for 3, 3 overs completed. Mongo joined Thomas.
So, and as I alluded to earlier, I think the decision to bring the spinner was so that we can have an exchange of ends. As Joseph returns from the bottom end. And that one challenging the boundary. Not really getting across the ropes, and they pick up 2. But a nice shot from Mongo.
Yeah, he was kind of early into the shot too. Shortish delivery from Joseph, and you could see him had to kind of waited on it a bit and hit it over vacant square leg, and he was able to pick up 2. But again, the change just to bring Joseph at this bottom end, a commentator's end. Probably that was the thinking in terms of using spin. So I wonder if we will see Williams from the top end.
Yeah,
he did bowl a very good over first up. Despite the first 2 deliveries was wide, I think he did bowl a pretty good over.
Yeah, he bowled well. But so far, with the last 2 deliveries that we've seen, one stands to reason that Joseph feels better running from the pavilion end. And the commentator's curse just fell on him.
Mm-hmm.
I was just praising him for his steady start, but giving away another wide.
Yeah, he's a captain, so certainly he make the decision. One would have thought I would have taken maybe an extra over.
Good cricket all around there. A lot happening in that delivery. But all's well that ends well, as my good friend Jason would say. results in another run to the Trinidad and Tobago under 13s. Really 20 for 3. 3 very crucial wickets. Batters who look really good in terms of their stroke play. So Windwards will feel on top. Joseph to the left-hander, just asking him a few questions. Left-handed Thomas just letting that one go through. He did it quite stylishly too.
Yeah, looks a good player. Vice captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team. Remembers his bowling.
And this time he flicks well over backward square. And he picks up 2 very comfortable runs. So Joseph still not really getting the line that he should. He has a packed offside field and will want to make sure that he bowls to his field.
Yeah, with 2 fielders, just 2 fielders on the leg side, you do not want to bowl anything close to the legs. And this was pitched up on the legs and just whipped over backward square. He didn't get the timing he wanted, but was able to clear that position.
Again, the Windward fielders seem to relish hitting the stumps. We've seen them do it quite a few times so far. So another over comes to an end. Joseph completing his second over, going for 16 but picking up 1 wicket. It seems to be Patel continuing.
Well, he would have picked up a wicket in his first over. So I would think that he probably would be tried another one.
If it's working, I guess you keep it going. If he continues to be as tight.
So Patel is going to be bowling to left-handed Thomas. Thomas on 3 from 3 deliveries. And he's bowling with 1 slip.
Yeah, 1 slip. I think the slip is at about a second slip. They just want him a little closer.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, very good line. Bowling good line and really good length, not giving anything away. Thomas on top of this one, playing it on the offside.
And this one stroked. A bit of a misfeel from the fielder there.
I think he's been hit on the knees there. Actually, his down ball struck really firmly. It seemed to just cross into the foot of the fielder at mid-off.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Didn't get down as fast as he should.
Yeah, and we've seen the physio quickly out. I think he probably would be okay, maybe somewhere on the side of the knee. And, you know, those sort of areas, you know, really, if you get hit, they could really put you out for a while.
Yeah, definitely the shock that would be going through that leg all now will take a little time for him to recover from it. But we see the magic spray being applied. And so certainly he should be well shortly.
So 24 for 3, Trinidad and Tobago. We are in the 5th over. Trinidad is trying to get the 123 for victory. But having lost 3 important wickets, one in the run-out route.
Yeah, 24 for 3. Book came and went, 4 of 2 deliveries. Thomas is out there on 4. Gooding, he went for 3 of 12 deliveries. And Mongrou, he's out there on 3. The other batter out, Rembrandt, he went without scoring. So the Windwards, even at this stage where the Trinidad and Tobago under 13s are scoring at a rate of 5.3, they will be happy with the 3 big wickets that they've picked up.
One of the few right-handers in the Trinidad inning. Thomas.
That's Nityom Mongrou. Yeah, Mongrou a bit diminutive, but we've seen him in the first game again, and we know that he's quite a good player. Does have a bit of power behind him. I think what I appreciated about him in that innings that we saw him in, his ability to use the pace of the bowlers. As he's trying to do there. But the fielder quickly onto it. Yeah, Patel really settling in on a nice line and length. Completing another over, his 2 overs, going for just 1 run. And picking up a big wicket.
Yeah, he's keeping things tight, which is important. You have just they have lost 3 wickets so far. So you want to make sure that the pressure is kept on both ends. He's keeping it very tight in his 2 overs that he has bowled. Now we will see, it seems as though it's Williams that want to come back. Yeah. Let's... John.
Yeah.
John is going to pick up the attack from this pavilion end. John being the vice captain of the team. From Dominica. The left-handed Thomas in strike.
So John wants to settle in here. He wants to make sure that he keeps that pressure that Patel has exerted. Really not starting well. Fielder not helping the situation. Giving away another extra run. So where it should have been 1, it's 2, but more importantly, it's 2 more to the Trinidad and Tobago under 13s. They're looking to recover after losing 3 very early wickets. In the chase of the 122 set by the Windwards.
See another misfeeling covers there as Thomas was on top of this, and he looked pretty fluent player. Just stroked it nicely, good timing. And the cover feeler, they just bobble it a bit. And I'll give another single, 27 for 3.
Full delivery and Mongu could only push it back to the bowler, but certainly this game is this stage very evenly poised. It's quite early days still. We're still into over number 6.
Yeah, good striking by Mongu. They timing it well. Ball pitch up, hit firmly to mid-on. It would be important for Trinidad and Tobago for this pair to really consolidate.
Inside edge from Mongu. Will challenge the boundary. Fortunate for him, it missed everything and he picks up 2 more. But again, a shot looking to go through the offside. And no one coming off, just peeling off the inside edge and going past the stump.
Yeah, fortunately going past the stump. Again, looking for the big drive. And going down to long legs, so he picked up 2.
So John completing the 6th over, 29 for 3, the Trinidad and Tobago under 13s, and they are responding to the 122 set by the Windward Islands under 13s, and so far the Windwards, they will feel that they are on top.
Yeah, I think what is necessary for the Trinidad and Tobago team is to really set that sort of foundation. These 2 players looks the part. They're really looking, seem to be no trouble, no danger. It will call for a lot of concentration, bat for long periods. There's quite a lot of overs remaining. Get up to that score.
So Patel continuing. This time he has just strayed a bit onto the middle stump, but not resulting in a run. So far we've seen him really bowl to his offside field, keeping that ball just outside the off stump, not really giving the players much room. And that's a pretty good stroke there by Thomas. Thomas seems to be a good timer of the cricket ball. You listen to the song that he gets every time he gets forward to that, and you can tell it comes off the middle.
Yeah, both players look pretty good, striking the ball really well. Yeah, it's coming off, as you said, the middle of the bat. They seem to be in complete control. So no rush. Patel is bowling a good line. And they are trying to play each ball on its merit. Yeah, short delivery. You would be disappointed he was not able to pierce the gap there. But again, you look at his position and really in good position. Play the shot.
Yeah, good position and good field placing by the Windwards. Again, a bad miss there by the slipper. Really not staying down as he ought to as we look at the replay. That one really challenging the outside and got him to play, but he's up and having to go down. It means that it takes a longer time to get close to the ball.
Yeah, he got up too quickly, actually. He was standing.
Yeah, he needs to be down.
That's a superb shot. Really well struck there by Thomas. He really climbed into this one and it firmly flew over that short extra cover. And really rushed down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I think maybe a taller player there just may have resulted in a catch, but he picked his spot really well. He challenged one of the shortest players on the field and getting a good result, which is 4 to his score.
Yeah, good confident shot, and that was well struck. And it speaks to the power that he has in his hand. He really struck that ball very hard. Certainly, these two players really showing what they are made of. Really striking the ball well.
Yeah, the Windwards will want to make sure that they tighten up. They try to get to see the back of Thomas, who has been playing really well. And for the Trinidad and Tobago outfit, they will want him to remain there. I think once he's there, they will be really confident that they can overhaul this 122. It's John continuing. So far he has gone well. This one over costing 5. He does seem to be in a good rhythm. Again, just repeating that action.
And Thomas Mungo really equal, getting into good position, playing calmly outside the off zone, not looking for any attacking shot.
Yeah, another misfield by the players of the Windward Islands. Really not helping their cause. They need to cut the 2s into 1s, and you know, wherever the 1s are, you want to make sure it's a dot ball. You know, I'm looking at the bowler as he runs in, and I'm looking at the first and second slip, and even at the point of delivery, they still have their hands on their knees. Really not what you would expect. You know, at this stage, you'd always teach youngsters to get their hands out in front in preparation for a catch.
Yeah, as you see, even the first slip was standing when that ball delivered. I think this is what happened in the previous over. And the first slip fielders were actually standing when that ball was played to him. And really doesn't give him much time to go down. One of the things that probably the coaches will be looking at those areas.
Yeah, John just continuing to bowl well. 2 runs coming off his over, where really should have been 1, but unfortunate. He's doing his part in terms of keeping the bowling as tight as possible, looking to restrict the TNT under 13s to under 123.
So we have here 86 runs required from 192 balls. So really, there's lots of time in terms of balls remaining. I think what is necessary now is really for a partnership of maybe a 60 runs or even a 50.
Yeah, I think a partnership of that magnitude really will break the back of the Windwards. So they would do all that they can to make sure that they continue to pick up wickets. Okay, so with the 7 overs bowl, I think this is the water break. Sorry, 8 overs bowl. The umpires seem to have decided to take that water break. It's pretty hot out there.
Yeah, I know. And you can see as though that even the umpires themselves is really calling for water. So it's pretty hot. This probably the hottest period of the day would be around now. And certainly it's beginning to tell on the players and the umpires.
Yeah, the beauty of the game of cricket, it has to be played in the hot sun. When rain is falling, it's a problem for cricket. But the sun really does test your mettle.
Yes, I think you would think that 45 minutes, 50 minutes, you had first water break, or even an hour. I mean, at the higher version. But we have seen maybe 7, 8 overs. You know, you want to have a water break, and it's all because of the condition. The sun is certainly getting a lot hotter, and certainly you are seeing it play out in the movement of players. We would have seen in both matches that have been played so far, we would have seen that maybe the first half of each of the innings, particularly the team bowling first, the first half of the innings, you would have seen a lot of excitement. You would have seen a lot of effort. But what we notice happening coming down to the end of the overs, a lot of things start going on. There's misfeeling, there's drop catches, and we would have seen that from both teams.
Yeah, very much so. We've seen that the format is one that, challenges them to be fit. And in this game of cricket, you have to be fit. Fitness is really key. It makes everything else become easy when you are fit. And so you want to make sure that you're as fit as a fiddle in order to be effective.
Yeah, it just would take a lot more from the players. The longer the plays, and in this sort of weather and condition, you need to be really fit. You need to be stronger as you go through. We see now that just taking the time. Nobody just seems to be rushing, but they're just about preparing to restart. The coaches having maybe final chat with the players.
Yeah, you want to, at this stage, just reaffirm what has been done. Both coaches for the both teams just going out, just to reassure the players of what they're doing, the plans that are in place. So it will come down to the team that is able to really stick to their plans.
I said we know seem just about making their way into positions. They has a good start against this Trinidad batting team, 37 for 3. Trinidad would have lost 3 early wickets and really give the Windwards an inside chance. Last wicket fell at 16, so this pair would have added 21 runs so far. So important pair at the wicket. As we see, the bowling continues from that northern end, and Patel is going to continue into his 4th over. He has 1 for 7 so far, and he's continuing to bowl to 1 slip. Again, 1 slip, and we've seen a square cover, backward point cover, extra cover. Mid off. And on the leg side there's a mid wicket, wide mid on and mid on. The 3 fielders on the leg side. Play down to backward point, not getting the timing there. Thomas, but picked up a single in the process. As Patel continued to keep that line of attack just on the off stump, get the off spinner moving away from the left-handed batter. And he's going to bring it into the right-handed Thomas.
So Patel bowling well, keeping some really good pressure, challenging the batter outside the off stump.
Thomas allowed this one to go through. Again, good line, strong offside field. Full toss, swung, that's go, just 1 bounce. Down to backward square for 4. Bad delivery. And Thomas in position and swinging it. Mongo rather, swinging it down to that deep backward square for 4. Good shot. Bad delivery, but you had to put it away and he did it well. So that pushes the score on to 12. 42 for 3. Short delivery, and really you would be disappointed not to really to put this away. Really short delivery bowled by Patel.
Yeah, what is good from him is that he's still focused on the offside, bowling it on the offside, because that's where his field is fortified. And so he may err in terms of the length, but once it's outside there, it will pose a challenge.
Again, pushes back on the onside, and that completes another over. Bowled by Patel. He has now bowled 4 overs. Pick up 1 for 12. Trinidad and Tobago 42 for 3. As we go into, we'll be going into the 10th over. Mongo on 12, Thomas on 13. This pair has put on 26 runs so far. But it's players that are able to concentrate in what has been really good weather. Sun in all its brilliance. They are still maintaining 3 players on the leg side. John is going to come over the wicket.
This one just finding the gap on the offside. They go for one. They come back for an easy two. Good aggressive running by the pair. I think the pair of Mongrel and Thomas, they've really done well to consolidate the position of the Trinidad under 13s.
Yeah, they would know each other quite well, so they're running well between the wicket.
Mongrel just getting away with that. That seems to be Thomas. He's taking it on the pad. No signal.
Seem to get some
Seems to have gotten some bat onto it. .45 for 3.
It seems again that St. Clair seems to have once again taken the gloves.
Mongrel just looking really solid behind that one. Windwards will want to see the back of maybe the two of them. Really look to get two new batters in. But they have settled in quite nicely. 30-run partnership. Says that they have really done well.
Really good batting, and you could see concentration. They're really picking up the line and allowing it to go through outside the off stump. They does not need to be fearful in terms of time and balls remaining. 182 deliveries still remaining, and 77 runs to be scored. Not trying to do anything rash, but playing each ball on his merit.
I think John could be a touch fuller. He's bowling at a good line, but just a little too short. That Mongrel is just getting behind it solidly. That's where you want him. You want him looking, and this is a much better delivery. Just want to be challenging him on that drive. So another over completed, over number 10. Score 46 for 3, Trinidad and Tobago. Responding to the Windwards 122 all out.
We do have an intriguing game developing. Windwards are struck very early, picking up those 3 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago now looking to build a partnership. This pair has put on 30. Both players look rather comfortable.
Yeah, what they've done well is that they've been aggressive when they need to, but apart from that, they've been very solid in their defense. Look at the approach there of Thomas. No problem. He plays that one defensively, gets off the wicket, refocuses, gets ready to go again. Does show a really, really mature head.
Yeah, even at this age, a sense of maturity. And they are not trying to do anything too rash. Actually, playing each ball on his merit. Don't seem to be taking no chances. Ball give him a lot of air and dribble. Feel that just come around there. Patel, they're giving this one some air. And Thomas, they having to move forward and drive down to mid-off.
Again, really equal to the task, but coming down nice and straight.
This one is put away. Lovely shot. Where this goes. All the way for 6. What a shot. Superb shot. It was a short delivery and needed to be put away. But he really got inside and hit it really well over long on for 6.
Wow. That tells me that he got a really good connection, because you're looking at him clearing the boundary, not by a small margin.
Yeah.
That's a big hit for 6.
Yeah, really hit that well.
Yeah, getting it up into the grass banks means that he really got some good connection, and he was intent on really spanking that one.
Yeah, that's a superb shot. Really, real sense of maturity in terms of batting. Not looking to take too much chances. But when the bad ball comes, you really put it away. That speaks really well of that young player, Thomas. He looks really good. He's on 22, and he's only faced 20 deliveries. Mongu is on 12 from 28 deliveries. After 11 overs, they are 52 for 3.
Yeah, he really climbed into that one nicely. I think what I enjoyed about that shot is the fact that he was into the position so quickly, and he put all the muscle that he needed to put into clearing the rope. So he was intent on hitting it for 6. So at the end of the 11th over, it's Trinidad and Tobago 52 for 3. After losing 3 early wickets, they really have consolidated and have done well in putting together a partnership that can steady the ship again. And so far, they're doing it in style.
Yeah, this pair looks very good. Very comfortable. And not afraid to really put away the bad deliveries.
And John just seemed to be getting that ball a little closer. And so far, Mongu has played at every delivery and looking to be aggressive.
Yeah, looking to run it down between that slip and that short third man. Seen him attempted that shot. Previous deliveries, this time he cuts and cuts well. And it's going to run very close to the boundary, and it actually goes over the ropes of 4. Very good shot. Short delivery, and he really got into position. Top of it. And placed it just to the right of that short third man. And it rushed down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, really, really exciting times here for the TNT supporters, as Mongu just getting back and really guiding that one expertly. Got a good bit of power onto it because it went across the ground very quickly.
Again, just in position, and look at that ball go through. And no chances. But really intent on when those deliveries come that can be put away, they put it away.
Yeah, really good. John continuing to persevere. It's 3 overs, 15 runs. Certainly has bowled well. But when you're a bowler and you see another player standing tall and just pushing you into the offside, it really could be a bit daunting, because you're asking yourself, what do I have to do? Let's hope John knows what to do to see if he can pry a wicket here for his team.
So this pair has put on 40 runs so far. And they both look really comfortable. Playing some good shots. The last two boundaries, so really good shots.
Solidly behind it. Saying to John, you go back, buddy. Have a long day ahead of you.
So we see Patel. We probably may see a change from that end. Joseph has bowled 2 overs. Really doesn't look himself.
So it seems to be Davis who's the other spinner, he's gonna take up the attack. So the Windwards looking to keep the spinners at the road end. Patel has really exhibited some good control. His first 5 overs went for 18, picking up 1 wicket and had 1 maiden. So it tells you that he really bowled well. Davis will want to replicate this type of bowling.
Yeah, again, good shot. Just played square. And you could see him reaching for that delivery. And stroking it to point. Point being fairly deep. Really give the batsman the opportunity to come through for that single. Thomas.
So the Whites continuing. Windwards 13 wide so far. We're now into over number 13.
If you look at the offside field, we have a similar straight line. So there's nobody deep on the offside. Again, another wide.
Yeah, the sort of discipline that you saw from the Trinidad and Tobago spinners, I think this is what needs to be applied here. More of this, you want to keep the pressure on, keep the line tight as possible.
Played lovely. That goes through cover. They're going to come back for 2 here. Mongo just struggling there to come back for 2, but really plays it well. Pass the cover, and you know, if it's hit well, it will really travel to the boundary. Picked up 2. Takes the score on to 18. 61 for 3. Really another good over for Trinidad and Tobago. 13 over, 61 for 3. So only 62 runs required. 162 balls remaining. But this pair so far, they has already put on 45. I think both players seem to be in no danger, but seem to be negotiating each of the bowlers very well.
Yeah, they really negotiated the conditions well. As we said earlier, the wicket will definitely, as time progresses, become better for batting. The ball is going to come onto the bat a little bit better, and we've seen that. And so they are very, very comfortable. They look very comfortable out there. It will take a lot from the Windward bowlers to get a breakthrough here and maybe open a floodgate to a couple more wickets.
Yeah, so we seem to be seeing another change from this commentary boot end or the southern end. Yeah, the Windwards will be making all effort to break this partnership, which is now 45. And Davis going to pick it up from this end.
I think it's Bristol, 34.
Bristol is going to take it up. And he's right arm around the wicket. Very good run in there. As the ball was stroked to backward point. And really good backing up by Mongu.
Yeah, I think what was evident there is that they call the positive call and Mongu responded. No hesitation. And the slightest fumble that the fielder made, they were able to complete. And that single, had the fielder made a better pickup, the result might have been different.
So there's no slip. Third man on the boundary, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off on the offside. Short flying in, backward square, mid-wicket, mid-on. And this obviously will be called no ball. And will be a free hit. Probably slip what went high over the batsman's head. Well taken by the keeper. This sort of delivery that you know. Another full toss outside the off stump. Yeah, he made no contact there, Mongu. Probably a little bit disappointing there not to take full use of this full toss.
Yeah, I think his eyes lit up there when he recognized it was a full toss.
And a free hit.
And a free hit, so he really tried to hit the leather of the ball.
Another ball right up. But you see the calmness, seem to be, it speaks to the control they seem to have outside there. He didn't rush and that ball up to him and just calmly came and pushed it out on the offside. Batters looking total control. Wow, another high delivery. Second one of the over, and would be called another no ball.
Yeah, so 2 no balls in the over. It means that he will be out of the attack.
Yeah, 2 high deliveries ball in the over.
So another bowler having to complete his over, and still he has to be the one to bowl that free hit.
Yeah, so certainly means that's the end of him in this inning. Well, the only inning he has to bowl. So that would be a sort of blow to the Windwards in terms of the bowling attack.
Yeah, certainly a blow for them.
This one is hit down to mid-off and dropped at mid-off there.
Yeah, it's the free hit, so.
Yeah, was a free hit.
I think the fielders,
yeah,
and at this level, even whether free hit or not, you would tell your youngster, look, catch the ball, no matter what. You want to catch the ball.
Yeah, you see, and Thomas, you just kind of move into this one.
And so that was an example of what happens when they try to overhit the ball. I think Thomas really tried to hit this one over the man at mid-off.
Yeah, I think he knew it was a free hit and took the extra chance. Yeah, I think he would have known it's a free hit, you know, and yeah, he took the extra chance just to come down the track.
Well, that brings up the end of the over, but more importantly, it's a 50-run partnership between Mongrel and Thomas. And they have really done a good job. Earlier we said that, you know, they will need a partnership of just some 50 odd, and they have proven that they can do it. And they've really brought the TNT under 13s back into a good position.
Yeah, so far, Joseph, 2 overs for 17. Williams, 1 over for 6. Patel, 5 overs for 18. He picked up 1 wicket. John, 4 overs for 15. Davis, just having bowled 1 over. As Trinidad and Tobago 66 for 3. Daniel. Just see the long leg going right back on the boundary and strengthening out the offside, so the short mid wicket is being pushed on the offside. Six-3 field. There's no one close on the leg side. This is one of the few shots we've seen that they're playing and missing. As Bongo maybe trying to hit that through the covers.
Yeah, Thomas just looking to be a bit aggressive, not allow the new bowler to settle. And it's dropped.
And there's some overthrow, and that's going to run very close to the boundary, goes down to the boundary for full overthrow.
Yeah, really bad effort there by the fielder. He dropped it and still had the presence of mind to throw with no one backing up. Should have been a regulation catch.
Where a bad miss there, ball hit straight him at cover. And got both hands, so it was not able to hold on. But make it even worse, give away 4 overthrows.
Yeah. Should have seen the back of Thomas. But instead he gifted him 4 runs. Now again on spot.
It's 70 for 3. 53 runs needed.
Daniel is getting the ball to jump a bit. He's really, sorry, that's Emmanuel. So Emmanuel getting the ball to just climb a bit. Really is getting it down into the wicket.
We saw in the first inning that he did develop quite a bit of pace. And he's actually doing the same thing. Yeah, really good run in there. And again, some overthrows.
Yeah, it's just a bit casual out there, the Windwards. They need to just refocus. Meanwhile, Mongrel and Thomas, they're just pushing along steadily, 54 runs. Their partnership really steadying the ship well for the Trinidad and Tobago under 13s. Yeah, Daniel is quite PC. Gets a nice bounce off the wicket.
Yeah, good over by Emmanuel. They seemed to generate some pace in this over there and really should have picked up that important wicket there. That catch being dropped at cover. But a good aggressive over ball there by Emmanuel.
Yeah, he really did well. It's just unfortunate that he did not get the result. I think that catch being taken maybe would have spurred him on to want to do something great for his team. So he ends his over a bit dejectedly. But he has another one to go. He can come back. And the Windwards will want to take every opportunity that is presented to them, because these boys have looked really well. The pair of Thomas and Mongrel.
Yeah, 72 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago, and that's after 15 overs. So they require 51 runs from 150 deliveries. So at this stage, you would want to see the thing that they are in the driver's seat. Davis.
Yeah, again Davis not really bowling to his field. Starting that one a little too straight and getting it to just tail in a bit. Wants to make sure with that 6-3 field, want to make sure that you stay outside the off stump and challenge the outside edge of the batters. I think the Windward Islands will need to regroup.
Yeah, a lot of adjustments in the field by the Windwards. And strengthening the offside field.
Yeah, they seem to be taking a bit of time.
So not sure he's going to please that fielder. Tristan offside field. Played down to backward point, but again, really good running as a fielder did. He didn't have much to do, but really was good backing up.
Yeah, I think they're just setting the fielder a little too deep. And maybe what they need to do is to have a sweeper and tighten the field somewhat, you know. When you have them so deep, it gives them away a pretty easy single. So maybe they just need a sweeper, even if you don't want him all the way back on the boundary, but you can get him 2/3 of the way and have the other fielders a bit closer. This pair look really comfortable. They're not flustered in any way. I think they back themselves and their ability. And they're just exuding with confidence out there.
Yeah, as you were saying that this pair really look really, really comfortable, and this final delivery, looking to play with the tie there. Mongo trying to hit some way over backward square, which is vacant, not making contact, but really you could see the attempt. It was the right shot to play, and that ball just seemingly hitting high up on the tie. But yet another good over there, pushing, picking up the singles here and there, and make it really difficult for the bowlers. Having to bowl to the left hander and to the right hander, and you picking up the singles regularly can really make it very difficult for the bowlers.
Yeah, definitely. They having to adjust the field ever so often is posing a challenge. The bowlers have to readjust their line and length. Can be quite telling, especially at this age. Again, field set deep. Just seen some misfielding coming into the Windward Island setup. They need to concentrate. It's only 16 overs bowled. It's quite a long way to go.
And I think the drop catch really would have had some, you could see the frustration from the players after that. And he's pulling this one in the air, and that a very good shot that goes down to the boundary for 4. It didn't look that way, but Thomas really quickly picked up that short delivery and hit it over long on.
Yeah, again, we keep saying how well he has played, and I must reiterate the fact that he gets into really good position in order to play the types of aggressive shots that he wants to play.
And our leg side field, which only have 3 players, 3 fielders. Certainly looking well. He moves to 36 from 36 deliveries. Again, Emmanuel keeping right up, and you could see the effort in Emmanuel's over. The over before was a pretty good one, quick one, and again you see he's bending his back. And Thomas, he looks as really relishing the challenge. He's getting into really good position. Once again, he covers up really in line and push it back down. And because of the pace, you see the lift, the bunks that he's getting. When he played this ball, really probably just about wayside as it bunks. So it tells you that really he's in control of what is happening around him.
Yeah, I think what will work well for Emmanuel here now is if he can get that ball just slightly outside the off stump, not too much width, but just to challenge the outside edge of Emmanuel. So far, those that are moving back into his body, he seems to be getting well behind it. But he wants to challenge that outside edge, see how well he would play at the delivery that is just outside his off stump.
So Trinidad Tobago 78 for 3. 17 completed overs. So we still have 23 overs. They require 45 from 138 deliveries. And really seemingly taking charge of this game. Mongo had 19 from 47 deliveries, and Thomas 36 from 39 deliveries. And this pair has put on 62 so far.
Yeah, 62 good-looking runs. They've really been in control. Win was just missing an opportunity to see the back of Thomas, and I think since then he has really stepped up a gear. It's been a lot tighter in defense, and when he looks to be aggressive, he goes all the way. It's hard work for the Windward Islands, but they have to respond. And I don't think this is the way to respond. They're just gifting another wide to the Trinidad and Tobago. There are some 14 wides in the innings so far. They're bowling innings.
Yeah, that's another 3 overs. Yeah, now Monroe taking no chances.
Looking really nicely there, Monroe just getting that front leg really fully out to that delivery, and I think this is one of the things we didn't see from the Windward Island bowlers and batters.
Yeah, well played once again. That left foot comes out and in total control, just stroking it. You know, not looking to do anything rash, but playing each delivery on its merit. And really, these two players really look really well batting outside there and make work really difficult for the Windwards bowlers.
Yeah, the Windwards, they will be hoping that they can get a breakthrough. One wicket just may bring 2 or 3. Never know, you can have a turnaround in the fortunes. It's not over until it's over.
That's the beauty of the game.
But so far, Trinidad and Tobago looking really in a commanding position. They look domineering. Having the fielder there, but the fielder quite deep, just allowing for the single.
And it's interesting in that particular shot. You saw the right foot come forward, so he was able to have the control which is necessary to keep that ball on the ground and also to place it just away from the fielder that given the opportunity of a single.
Yeah, really excellent batting and batting display from Monroe and Thomas.
Another full delivery that goes down to the boundary for 4. That will be a no ball signal and would be a free hit. So that's 5 more runs added to the score. Really. The window just seemed to be falling apart a bit here.
Yeah, really not what you want from your players at this stage. So you can't give up until it's all said and done, and so somebody needs to have a fighting spirit here. Free hit. Monroe just looking to flex his muscle somewhat.
Yeah, reverse sweep. Why would you? He's batting so well, and that ball was in a slot. If he played normal cricket, probably would have been able to hit that ball straight back over. You had nothing to lose, really. He took a chance.
Yeah.
And there's a long leg right back, so if he got it, you know. Sometimes.
It's part of the game. You, as a batter there now, I would be happy with trying the reverse sweep because I wouldn't try it on the normal ball. It's a free hit, I can't get out. So let me experiment. And there he goes right back to the official business. Took his free hit and experimented, and now he's back to what he knows, and shows a level of maturity by these youngsters.
Yeah, really has played a very good inning. Yeah, put on 69.
Emmanuel, 2.3 overs, 12 runs, has bowled really well.
Yeah, has bowled pretty quickly too. Another good delivery right up. Taking the bottom of the bat. Mongrel able to come down on this one. It has been a good spell by Emmanuel.
Yeah, really bowled well. I look at him and I'm seeing the room for development. Just tends to get the head leaning slightly, so that means that the ball will always tail into the legs of the batter. If he can get it be a little more upright and get it to remain or even leave, he could be a very dangerous customer. Not a direct hit by the Windward Islands fielders, but they seem to hit the wicket when it doesn't matter.
Hey. It's 85 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago trying to get to 123 for victory. We have seen it a few occasions in this over. Emmanuel just losing his run up.
And wide delivery. I don't know if it is fatigue, but that head just seemed to be going further and further away to the offside. And so he's just pushing the ball down the leg side of it.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be right. Could be a bit of fatigue as you see him stand, put both hands on his knees as an indication. Staring. So that completes another over for Emmanuel. He has so far bowled 3 overs. None for 13. Trinidad and Tobago 86 for 3. And really at this point in a commanding position. They need 37 from 126 deliveries. And it has been really a good partnership so far. 70 runs added.
Yeah, really 70 outstanding runs. You want to do a highlights package, you're going to see number of boundaries, huge maximum. You're going to see the running between the wickets, which they have done really well. I think their communication have been really clear, and you're going to see some solid defense against some pretty tight bowling.
Yeah, it was impressive batting. This under 13 age group.
Yeah, the Windwards, they want to be a bit faster. I think their over rate is pretty slow. They want to be a little bit more purposeful. Just seem to be taking a while to really get things moving.
Yeah, you see in the field placement, they're having some Some challenges here. Fielders is running from one side to the other.
Yeah, I think it's a case of trying to get the right fielders in the right positions. Shy, but the fielder, sorry, the batter safely in. No doubt there from him.
Yeah, and interesting here, he didn't try to hit it too hard. He just pushed it, take the piece off. So you give him time to come to. And again, we saw really good backing up. And I was able to complete that single. But again, real good thinking.
Yeah, and it does show the level of maturity of these two youngsters. And I want to remind persons, these are youngsters that are 10, 11, 12, maybe 13, but playing with some really good maturity. Seems to be in total control of what they're doing outside there.
Davis in his fourth over. Ball given some air. Toss up a little bit and just allowed to go through. Again, disciplined batting there by Mongrou. Just allowed it to. That could have been tempting just outside it, but just allowed it to go through.
Yeah, I think what the Windwards bowlers are doing that Trinidad and Tobago didn't do is to bowl too wide of the stump.
Pulled over mid-wicket. This is going to go down to the boundary for 4. Really good shot. Again, we've seen the positioning. He picked it up. It's not very short, but just short of a length. He picked it up. Just hit it over mid-wicket for 4. What another beautiful shot.
Yeah, really outstanding shot. As you rightly said, the positioning is key, and he was intent. He understood the sort of power that was needed just to clear the field. He didn't try to overhit. You know, he just looked to get into position and get it over the fielder and pick up a nice looking boundary. So as I was saying earlier, this is what the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers did. They flighted the ball, they bowled at the stump, not really allowing the batters to be able to free their hands too much because they had to defend their wicket. And so here, with balls being too wide of the off stump or maybe too straight, you give them the opportunity to score. So they definitely need to tighten up on that.
Yeah, what they did also good was putting away the bad deliveries. We saw a few bad deliveries came, and you know there was no fear. They really took charge and put away the bad deliveries. And that shot, which was hit for 4. He knew what was happening in terms of Davis bowling off spin. So you really get into the position based on where the ball pitched, knowing that is going further down the leg side or into him. Put himself in a really good position and just clipped it, just picked it over mid-wicket. The timing was so good that he traveled quickly to the boundary.
Yeah, and it does tell you that Mongrou is in total command of his skill set. When you have players at this level who understands, you know, what is needed, then it gives them that confidence that they can face any type of bowling that would come to them.
91 for 3. We just had 20 overs, so we still have another 20 overs to go. Trinidad and Tobago requires just 32 more runs for victory.
So we're gonna be seeing Patel continuing. I think the question for me here is, what is the thinking? Is it that you want to try to frustrate the batters by not allowing them to score because Patel has really showed some good control? Or is it that you're trying to get the overs in Because I believe here what he really, really needs is wickets.
Yeah. Most important, they need to pick up wickets. Full toss, and this going to run down signal. They only took one there, but there's no signal wide, so 2 more added to the total. Yeah, they will have to pick up wickets. Maybe Joseph, captain, should maybe try coming back, see what happens in this next spell. Short delivery and hit really beautifully through the covers. They're slowing up. They're not going to get to the boundary, but they're going to come back for 2. Again, short delivery by Patel. And really struck well by Mungu. Pick up 2 more. 95. Full to the bat and hit straight. And this will go probably just a couple bounces. Let's see. Goes over the rope now for 4. Bad delivery. Ball by Patel. Full toss. Give him the right treatment. And Mungu yet again pick up another boundary.
Yeah, really good outstanding shot from Mungu. What was important there is that he didn't try to overhit, but he hit straight exactly over the bowler's head. Patel just coming back to where he has been all day, just outside that right-hander's off stump. Again, giving some flight, asking him to reach for it. Mungu just equal to the task. He moves on, 29. He's batted some 68 deliveries so far. 80 minutes. And another a bit of misfielding. So the Trinidad and Tobago under 13s, they are now on equal 100 for 3. And so they only require another 23 runs for victory. Really, the batters have showed their class. They've showed their maturity. They've shown a level of responsibility. And everything that you would want in a good batting innings has been on display.
Yeah, we have seen maturity in this partnership. Really, these players have bat really maturely. Really shows that they know what they are about, and has the ability to really do well. They both has batted very well. Cut away, lovely shot. Just waiting on it and hit it down to backward point. And come back for 2 runs. So Mungu has picked up the scoring. He moves to 32.
Yeah, Mungu looking really positive. As I was saying, that's the difference. Now you look at that ball being signaled wide. It's just too wide of the stump. So even if Mungu decided to go through, all he had to do was to pass the field.
Swing this one mid-wicket. Get hold of it, and he's just going to pick up a single. But again, the right shot was on, and really was looking to hit through mid-wicket. The timing wasn't right there. It went bouncing. But again, you could see the foot came out. And getting that foot into position, so you could hit to that direction. So Thomas, who haven't faced for quite a while, $104 for 3. 19 runs needed. It's one of the few times not in the ideal position to hit this one. You can see him looking to hit over the top.
Yeah, that's more of what you want. That's the sort of contest you want. Yeah. You want to force the batter to play something uncharacteristic. Ask him to do something that he has not done for the day.
And you could see the understanding with both players. That ball was stroked down to mid-on firmly. And very easily you could have moved off or run with a shot was played. But you could see that the batsmen, they were well aware of what is happening around. So there was no hint of a run-out because nobody really got out. And that's an indication of the sort of communication they have even batting. And certainly Trinidad and Tobago has found themselves in a very good position, 104 for 3. We had 22 overs completed. Thomas on 38, Mungu on 33. And this pair really would have turned things around and so far partnership of 88 after losing the third wicket at 16. This pair is still together with the score at 100, 104.
Yeah, really good temperament shown by these two youngsters. It shows that they understand their game inside out. They are confident. You can see that they back themselves. And they take the opportunity to score whenever they have to. They defend whenever they need to. And they don't seem to be bothered when they're not scoring. Because I think they back themselves that whenever the opportunity comes, they would make full use of it.
Well, one get the impression Trinidad and Tobago's reply is that they went out with sort of not necessarily aggressive but positive nature. We see the first ball hitting down to backward square for 4, and then again flashing at a ball wide of the off stump. So it probably give you an indication of how they went out, not to push around, but to take charge, but to take advantage. And so we saw him get out. We saw him get out caught behind, and then we saw the unfortunate run out. You know, very rarely you're going to see in an inning that both batsmen slip. And that was a sort of unfortunate one. But one got the impression that they went out in a positive frame of mind, that 122, they're not going to mess around. And certainly, despite losing those first 3 wickets at 16, this pair just get themselves together, settled, and then took advantage.
Yeah, really, they took advantage. They didn't mess around with anything. They really batted well, batted sensibly. And I think looking at their demeanor, they seem ready and set. They want to be at the end. They want to be there at the end to make sure that they give their team a victory.
Yeah, and you'd have seen it that they were not afraid to be defensive at that time based on what is happening. Even though they would have hit a big shot. But, I mean, they're very conscious of the fact that they have a long way to go. So they wouldn't take chance. They would defend. We saw some deliveries just outside the off stump that you will find most players being forced to play at. And they would come across, they would pick up the link, and they would allow it to go through. That is maturity. And certainly this player looks really promising for the future.
Yeah, the batters really looking the part. And now the bowlers for the Windward will need to see the back of them. I want to make sure that you get your team into a position where you can win.
Driven, superb catch, beautiful catch in the covers there, and what a superb catch there. Mungu strike hitting well, and it's a really beautiful catch taking both hands there, and you see that looked like Patel. No, getting both hands to it and picking up a superb catch. So that's the breakthrough the Windwards wanted, but really a very good hand.
Yeah, Mongrel playing a really good hand, but definitely you want to say kudos to the catcher. And so many times in this game of cricket, when you have these water breaks, you know, they tend to break the momentum of some players. And first delivery back, looking to go through the offside. A really good catch taken there by Davis, diving away and taking a brilliant catch to dismiss Mongrel. Is this the wicket that the Windwards needed to see them claw their way back into this contest? It's quite a long time. It's only 19 runs, but you have some 107 deliveries remaining. And at this stage, you want to be able to just put pressure on the new batter and hope that that one will bring 2 and maybe 3, 4. Maybe somebody get a little hat trick and just, you know, turn the game upside down.
Yeah, it's not over until it's over, and they probably now need to put a little pressure on the new batter. One remembers South Africa in a really good position, chasing at 179, and things just turn around. So we see an interesting offside field, though. There's no one out, and 3 players on the leg side. Ball right up. Play it on the onside. So Joseph, John, coming back for his second spell. He had 4 overs in his first spell, none for 15.
Yeah, you can seem a bit more purposeful. I think that catch may have just ignited some energy back into the Windwards camp. John certainly is putting his hand up and saying that I'm going to fight to bring home victory. Maybe that's the determination that is needed.
Yeah, really bending his back there. Catwari equal to it, on top of it, plays it yet again, another left-hander. Just a shortish in length. You probably want to bring it up just a bit more to have him play on the front foot, rather than just to stay back and get behind it. That's better delivery. Very good, a tremendous over bowler by John. You could see him running in, and that wicket really would have add some extra, fight. And we have seen him complete a very good maiden over.
Yeah, really good over there by John. Again, one of the things that I've not seen from the pieces is maybe just looking to get one closer to the grill. I haven't seen that from any of the pieces on display today. So it says that they're looking to pitch the ball up, but you never know. Maybe that's just to surprise the batter.
Yeah.
You may just choose to pitch one a bit shorter. So it's another.
So would we see probably the captain, Joseph, coming back now? See John just bowler. Now he continuing with the bowling of Davis.
So it's 104 for 4. Davis. Really bowled pretty decently. 5 overs. So far, 17 runs. Context of the match, he has bowled well. Could have been a bit tighter.
Hit down to long off.
So Thomas seems to be in a bit more of an aggressive mood. As we see Katwaru come into strike. New to the crease, a bit of pressure, the field is in.
Will be very important for Thomas to remain. Just make sure he keep his head, continue to play as he's playing, to guide the team home, not to do anything rash.
Yeah, he certainly wants to remain out there.
There's still 99 deliveries to get 18 runs.
Maybe just keeping the field in and pressuring Katwaru may just put a bit of pressure on Thomas. And realizing that this scoring rate is slowing just may cause him to think differently.
So the completion of over number 24, Trinidad and Tobago 105 for 4. Thomas is 46. Katwaru not hit off the mark. They require 18 more runs for victory. It's certainly the feature of Trinidad batting have been that partnership of 88. The Windward Islands would have struck very early, three wickets down for 16 runs. They would have really fought and really turned things around. It seemed to be.
Yeah, so it's going to be a drinks break.
Probably the keeper. Just change of the keeper. Thomas.
Yeah, in the meantime, the Trinidad and Tobago boys, they will just take that opportunity to, refocus and reposition themselves. Thomas playing a really good hand, 39 from 46 deliveries. And, I must say that he has been really a talent to look forward to. He's been really brutal on some deliveries. He's been really nice and tight in defense when he needs to. Seem to have some really good game awareness. Knows exactly what he wants to do and possesses a good skill set. He can hit through the offside. We've seen him pulling, we've seen him driving, we've seen him cutting. And so it says that he has the all-round ability at this under 13 level.
Yeah, and also we talk about his bowling because he opened the bowl. He also bowled well. So really a player with immense ability. But certainly I think his batting would have really stood out And one would think that if he continues in that vein, we probably hear much more about him later on.
Yeah, well, certainly someone to look forward to as he goes through the age group levels. No, definitely with this sort of maturity, the under 15 level is no challenge for him. And so you want to see these players blossom, into the professional that West Indies needs. As we see the keeper being changed. And John is going to continue from the road end. Dylan John.
Comes off the edge, and this is going to go down to third man. And again, a single. But you could see that Thomas looking for the big drive. And ball coming off the edge.
Yeah, so one more to the total. It's 106 for 4. Certainly, Windwards staring down the barrel. But John seems to be a bit inspired and is running in with purpose. And you never know, with that sort of purpose, he just may get some results.
Yeah, picking up that all-important wicket. He's really rushing in. Bowling a good line, not really strained, but keeping it at a very good line.
That's Katra Wu there, just looking to drive that one. But what I've noticed today, as opposed to on Saturday, is that the Windwards boys, they haven't gotten the ball to move as much as they got it to move on Saturday.
Yeah, definitely. I would think probably the condition maybe was a little bit better. I mean, you're playing the start of the tournament. The wicket is really a fresh wicket, and probably it was not as hot. A little slight cloud cover. They certainly was able to use that condition to able to move the ball both ways. What disappointingly today, we haven't seen Joseph really haven't looked well today. Has been off, having started at that northern end. Bowled his first over, which was I think there was 6 wides, and then came back. The third over, I think the third or fourth over, I came back and he still didn't bowl a good over from the opposite end. So I think his bowling probably was disappointing today. And when he does not have a good start, one of your main strikers, it puts a lot of extra pressure on the team. And so far, even though we have some good bowling from John, and then we have the bowling of Patel started off well, but it really didn't look the same matchup in terms of the quality of bowling we saw in the first game.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there. They certainly didn't look the same unit. Emmanuel came in, he bowled some pretty decent deliveries, pretty hard. He really did rush in, gave it his all.
Yeah, he has bowled 2 very good overs. Just conceded 1 run, picking up the all-important wicket. Wicket of Mungu. Davis continued the 7th over. So we see that this one is hit down to long off, and it just dropped in front of the player, and the runners pick up a single. But interesting tactics now being used. And this one, they're going to pick up let's see, a bye. Or leg bye. Yeah, leg bye signaled by the umpire. Interesting tactics used again by Thomas, just looking to hit first two deliveries. First delivery in each over, just looking to go for the big hit. And one of the things that he will stay and try to continue the way he's batting, push it around. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, looking to be a bit aggressive there, Thomas, trying to be expansive, but really you have to like what you've seen about him. Even that shot there, look at how he comes and just plays it square. That one there seemed to have dropped just before the player, but hit powerfully.
Yeah, it just seemed to drop in front of, probably should have been taken. We're seeing a bit of looseness now from Thomas. He's looking to put back the ball. But he wanted to continue showing that maturity in which he would have played, in that he take control and push things around. Probably look to take most of the strike. Last couple of overs we find that the non-striker would have taken most of the strike. Ball comes off the edge again, turning a bit there, and he's going to come back for 2 runs.
So that brings an end to over number 26. And Trinidad and Tobago 112 for 4, requiring just some 11 runs for victory.
Thomas 44, and he scored faced 51 deliveries. Again, Katwaru is driving, making no contact. We have seen it in previous over. A number of deliveries would have played as outside the off and made no contact.
Yeah, what is evident there is that he's not really trying to get behind the deliveries in the way that Mongru and Thomas were looking to, get fully behind it and really place it where they wanted. He's just trying to stay inside of it and try to drive it through the outfield. At this stage, you need to come across and make sure you get that full face of the bat meeting the ball.
Yeah, we're certainly not seeing that from Katwaru. Again, he's driving and no movement of the feet, making no contact.
Yeah, feet just going down the wicket and not going across to the line of the delivery. And so he's basically playing down the wrong line.
This was inevitable. Ball pitched up on the stumps and crashing into the stumps as Katwaru seemed to be late and also seemed to be playing around it. And the ball crashed into the stumps. So the 5th wicket, the Trinidad and Tobago lost the 5th wicket. Katwaru bowled by John, who was once again picked up the 2nd wicket. And Katwaru going for 1. but this was something on the cards.
Yeah, definitely on the cards. Not really looking settled, Katwaru. And so John, who has been purposeful, he really has been giving it his all. And just doing the right things, bowling wicket to wicket. You miss, I hit, getting reward for the sort of exuberance that he showed over the last few overs.
Yeah, and this was actually the first delivery ball on the wicket to him. So 112 for 5. Thomas. Yeah, I just thought that Thomas should be looking to take most of the strike, being a senior player and actually seeing what was happening with his partner. You'd want to take most of the strike.
Yeah, definitely. The fact that he's out there and has been out there for some 102 minutes, faced some 52 deliveries, tells you that he knows what is happening, he understands the condition, and maybe just needs to take charge.
Gosepi. Beaten outside the off stump.
Yeah, good challenging delivery. First up by John. Just going past the edge of Gosepi's bat.
He would have to continue bowling wicket to wicket. Let's see. This one was stroked nicely. I think this is what he needs to do, keep bowling straight. And he had to play this one. He puts it out to short cover.
Yeah, and really this is what they did not do early up in the innings, but after they've gotten these 3 early wickets.
Yeah, he's off the mark with a single, completes the over 113 for 5. And certainly I don't think the winners will be to mind that now he's going to face the next over. And they will want to continue to put some pressure, keep things very tight. Thomas is away from the strike. You will want to put some extra pressure as Davis will continue in his last over.
Yeah, definitely. The fact that Thomas has been off strike for so long could, play on his mind. The fact that they're so close to victory could also play, and may just result in a rash shot being played. But the bowlers will have to put the ball in the right areas for that. The fielders will have to back them up. So far, he has had a chance. It's been put down. So if ever they get another opportunity, the Windwards, they really have to hold on to it.
So Davis will continue around the wicket. Left-handed Gosepi. And hit down to mid-on. And certainly this is what you want to come off strike, so you pick up a single.
So Thomas back on strike, 44. Certainly just might be eyeing that half-century mark.
We have seen him in the last couple overs. He haven't faced much. But you just seen he started lapse a bit. Now he's swinging this one straight down to long on. Again, just one bounce to the fielder. The point I'm making, he looks a little more, we've seen that rashness coming into his batting. Looking to play some big shots, and really most of those shots will drop just short of the fielder.
Yeah, really looking to go big. I think he wants to end this game. He wants to most likely bring up his half-century, maybe with 2 scoring shots. But he has to be careful. delivery signals.
So that's white signal. That 2 more to the score.
Five away from victory. And again, that delivery just outside the stump. Well defended there by Giuseppe. Trinidad Tobago 1 hit away. And 2 scoring shots can give them that, or 1 scoring shot. It's 118 for 5, 27, 28 overs bowled. Means that a further 12 overs to get 5 runs.
Yeah, just about over for the Windwards. One must commend the Trinidad and Tobago team who would have played well. I think we have seen somewhat of the depth of the batting. At 16 for 3, being able to really recover nicely. That score went up to 104 for 3. And really that pair would have made really the difference in terms of the batting. John in his final over, this one hit to cover. Again, Thomas really looking to finish it.
Yeah, he knows that he's 2 shots away from 50.
Again, he's swinging outside the off stump. As you see, really trying to finish it, probably to get a boundary to get to his 50. It's just 5 needed. He need 5 for his 50. John in his 8 over so far picked up 2 for 17. Played to square cover again, no chance of a run. And he really good cricket there. Yeah, John not giving anything away, but you can see really running in, keeping a good line, good length. And Thomas equal to him. 118 for 5. Thomas on 45. Yeah, and this one looking to swing just comes off the pad probably. We see from the umpire no signal, leg by. So 119, and really Thomas continued to John continued to keep it really, really tight, not giving nothing away.
Yeah, really good effort there by John. Has really given it his all. Rewarded with 2 wickets. And this 17, going just for 17 runs.
So the left-handed Giuseppe covers up and push it on the offside. Again, no run, but really good bowling by John.
Yeah, final delivery of his spell. And so Giuseppe will just want to face this final delivery and allow Thomas to remain on strike, hoping that he can get to 50.
Driven. Again, pass the mid-off fielder, and it goes down to the boundary for 4. And certainly that's the winning shot. 123 for 4. Full toss ball there. And Giuseppe driving straight down to mid-off. A misfield by the mid-off fielder and goes down to the boundary for 4. What a win by Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, really, really good, outstanding cricket from them. They were under early pressure, losing their top order for just 16 runs. But that partnership of 88 between Thomas and Mongrou just brought everything back together. And so I think this is really where the game was won for Trinidad and Tobago. Had the Windwards taken that chance to get Thomas out, the complex of the game may have been different. Yeah. But definitely a good victory, good mature cricket. Yeah,
and one has to commend the Trinidad team. I think they played well. They played better cricket. I think they bowled well, having the ball first. Really made it difficult for the Windwards in terms of scoring. They had difficulty in scoring. And as such, they was able to bowl them out for 122, which, as we discussed earlier, in our view, was not enough. But the Windwards did, as you said, made a good start to have them 16 for 3. But again, we saw some maturity. We saw as though there were some experienced players playing in the middle. That pair batted really well to put on a partnership of 88. And all it meant was just for them to complete the victory. But well-deserved victory. We have seen, in my view, we have seen some batting that speaks to good prospect for the future. We have seen some leg spin that really, in my view, that can move on because of the consistency and how they bowl. And one have to give them credit, having completed a very good victory, a convincing victory over Trinidad and Tobago. And certainly the final game coming up on next game really going to be pretty interested as we look to focus the third game in the tournament.
Yeah, really will be important, that final game. And so just to go through the batting card for you, the Windwards defending 122 in defense of their 122. They got off to a really good start, picking up 3 early wickets. Burke, he went, caught Lewis, bowled Joseph for 4. Gooding, he was LBW Patel for 2. Rambaran, he was run out by Jean. And then that partnership between Mongrou and Thomas, which really brought home victory for the Trinidad and Tobago under 13. Mongrou was the first to go. John breaking that partnership. Mongrou scored 33 of some 73 deliveries. He batted for some 83 minutes. Really outstanding batting, outstanding concentration from a youngster, just about 12, 13. And then Thomas, he was not out 45 from 57 deliveries. Again, he batted for 112 minutes. And Katwaru, he was the last man dismissed. He was bowled by John for 1. Giuseppe came out. He was not out 7 from 10 deliveries. Extras 31. Really not the sort of discipline you want. Not the sort of bowling that you want in terms of extras when you're defending a total of just 122. But that is what it is. Bowling for the Windwards. Joseph, he had his 2 overs and really didn't start well. Williams, he had 1 over 5 runs. He didn't pick up a wicket. Patel bowled well. 6 overs, 27 runs, 1 wicket. John, the outstanding Dylan John, bowling his 8 overs, 21 runs, 2 wickets. In my view, he was the pick of the bowlers. Really, Patel assisted him well. But John really showed heart and trying to defend this 123. He did all that he can. Kudos to the Trinidad and Tobago under 13. They will be the more confident of the 2 teams going into the final game.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. But there are some positives for the Windwards. I thought that we look at the bowling attack, looks pretty good, and particularly the faster bowlers. You speak about Dylan John. He bowled pretty well. Just unfortunate that the captain, Joseph, probably had a bad day in terms of his bowling. We look at Emmanuel, who bowled pretty quickly. He did also have a good spell. Actually ended up having to do some keeping at the end of it. So there are some positives in terms of the bowling. I thought that Patel would have kept things kind of quiet for a while. But certainly the batting of the Trinidad and Tobago team put him under a lot of pressure. So there are some positives. As they look at the team, I think it's just a matter of making sure that they get a batting lineup right. I think they seem to be struggling with the keeper. That's an area that they need to look at also. All in all, I think has been a good game. And certainly we've seen positive on both sides. But I think Trinidad and Tobago would have come out on top. And they really deserve to win this encounter.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. So we're going to be back here with you on Wednesday. Final game in the Trinidad Windwards Under-13 series. We want you to just prepare. It's going to be a good one. Trinidad and Tobago coming out on top in this game, but let's hope that the Windwards can row back and really make a fight of the last and final game in the series. So from us here, TNR Communications, Raphael Crony, myself, Clyde Rondell John, it's a wrap for today's match.